are live on Pop Culture Breakdown. Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dictor Van Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth. And last week we were derailed, the last couple of weeks actually, by an invasion of alien Silesians that invaded from the the lower decks of the base, the unexplored areas deep down below. But we are back. We are firing on all thrusters, and we have an all-star panel on our pop culture panel tonight. We have got, I will go ahead and minimize myself, which is something that most supervillains aren't willing to do. But hey, I'm confident in my manhood. We've got Gary Ambrosia. Hey, Gary, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing really well, especially after the mishap we had at the center of the Earth last week. That was terrible, and I'm glad we got all that literally mopped up.
Yes, literally mopped up. It was sad seeing my robots basically working mops like, Carol Burnett at the end of her, I'm so glad we had this time together. They were humiliated, but what the hell? They do what I tell them. We got Robert Wright. Hey, Robert, how are you doing, buddy?
How's everybody out there?
Good to see you. We're hanging in. We're hanging in. And that gentleman over in the lower left corner that has this lost, woebegone look on his face is none other than our own Douglas Nelson, who has similarly had a bad day. I've had a bad day. Gary's had a bad day. Douglas, you've had a bad day, and Mickey has too, next to you, apparently.
Yeah, that's too bad. But oh boy, hope springs eternal, because they just came out with haunted. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Don't rub it in.
All right. Okay.
Asshole. Oh, I need a drink. Oh, poor Mickey. Douglas, thank you for being here tonight, brother, and also thank you for doing the amazing artwork for our splash screen.
My pleasure.
It was provided last week, but it's still topical. So thank you, sir. And with that amazing Rocketeer helmet beside him, we have none other than Rancor Steve, cowboy and Rocketeer aficionado. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm glad to be here. It's been a very stressful week.
It has.
I'm glad to be here. My back's not feeling fantastic after all the work I did yesterday, but
well, hey, listen, when you're trying to rule the world, your back never feels all that great. So I hear you. And we have Mike, aka Mexican Iron Man, whose rear end is on a wanted poster all over this great land of ours. They're usually framed in an open window, usually in areas with high concentrations of MILFs. I don't know. Hey, Mexican Iron Man, how you doing, buddy?
You're muted, buddy.
You're muted. Uh-oh, I took his breath away.
I thought that joke was going in a Bob Iger Disney direction, and my overlord turns the corner, comes right back to the window.
Yeah. Well, it's the Grand Prix, and I'm the Grand Prick. What are you gonna do? Go around in a loop and run you over when you're looking the other way. That's the supervillain method. Let's go ahead. It's been a terrible couple of weeks for the Walt Disney Corporation, and we're going to talk about that. Let's go ahead and get to the breakdown. Issue number 1, Disney's Dismal Summer. Let's talk a little bit about the terrible disappointment that is represented by the Haunted Mansion. The New York Times reports that Haunted Mansion extends Disney's box office cold streak. Barbie and Oppenheimer continue to dominate as Haunted Mansion tried to break through. Oh dear. But did it break through? Well, let's look at the record here. Disney's Haunted Mansion took in about $24 million at the weekend box office. A comatose result for a movie that cost at least $200 million to make and market. $24 million nationwide. A summer movie, ladies and gentlemen, from the Walt Disney Corporation, based on their famous Haunted Mansion ride. apparently, well, I if there's a fiscal definition of death, I think $24 million is pretty much that, it's like a little numeric grim reaper right there, folks. Now, they note in the article that the comedic horror movie received poor reviews, and competition was also fierce with Barbie and Oppenheimer. But here's where the New York Times tries to spin it, folks. They try to go ahead and say, but why? Why did the Haunted Mansion fail with a plum July summer release? Well, it says Haunted Mansion had the unfortunate distinction of becoming the first big budget movie to get sideswiped by the Hollywood actors' strike, which is now in its third week. Until the strike is resolved, no talks are scheduled. The Actors Union has barred its members from engaging in any publicity efforts for completed films and TV shows. Well, that's what the New York Times is saying, folks. That's what the New York Times is rationalizing as the reason why the Haunted Mansion has bombed so spectacularly. But I have an alternate thought. I'm just going to run this up the old flagpole and see if anyone salutes. Could it be that maybe Haunted Mansion didn't do great because it's not fucking Halloween? It's not Halloween. This is a Halloween movie, for fuck's sake. It's not a in the heat of summer July fucking movie. This is to be in October. You guys are crazy. Who the fuck is like in the marketing department at Disney that did this? This is like the definition of insanity. An actor's strike. What are they kidding? Didn't Barbie and Oppenheimer also open after this actor strike, or am I mistaken?
You're correct.
Yeah.
So they're full of shit. This is like some Disney spin that they're trying to insert in here. I mean, come on. This is a movie that should have been released October 1st. And I'm sorry that, you don't want it to rain on the parade of the Marvels, but I've got news for you. A fucking progressive ad with Flo would rain on the parade of the fucking Marvels. That thing is worthless. That thing is like a dead movie walking, for fuck's sake. It's like incorporating Ms. Marvel, which nobody on Disney Plus watched. It's incorporating Captain Marvel, that nobody in their right mind likes. It's incorporating and tying into Secret Invasion, a failed Disney Plus show that was so fucking secret that nobody knew it was there and nobody watched it. It's just, and out of all this synergy of suck, they're going ahead and bringing the Marvels out in November, or I don't even know. I read that maybe it got pushed back even a little bit more. I don't know. But for fuck's sake, if you can't release the Haunted Mansion in the Halloween season, then what in God's name are you doing? Why did you even make the damn movie? It's insane. Gary, you actually saw the thing. Do you want to give us like a little rundown of how it was?
I did. I saw it. So, there's some decent stuff in the movie. There's some lousy stuff. The lousy stuff dominates, of course. It's actually pretty true to the ride. Fans of the ride, you will, at least appreciate that if you were to go see it. It's very clever the way they reverse engineered a lot of the things in the ride to, become the story. It's overwritten. It's just blah, 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 blah. Motion picture, not motion words. They can't understand that. Blah, blah, blah. Really, the performances are pretty terrible. It's kind of just lackluster. It's kind of it's the expected bullshit from Disney. It's not any better than the Eddie Murphy thing, which was not that great. Some of the effects are pretty cool, but really just not very enjoyable. Mary Lou Henner shows up in the beginning as a background artist.
What?
She's in the background, and then they even credit her in the beginning, but then she's just gone, and they you never even see her after that, and it's really weird. I'm thinking, wow, look, there's Mary Lou Henner. Wow, look, okay, maybe there's going to be like a taxi reunion moment between her and
Louis De
DeVito.
Palma.
No, never happens. Never happens.
Yeah, she was only a ghost.
I'm telling you,
Oh,
Doug, she was
man.
just there, and then it was so weird. I got distracted because the movie was distracting me, and I forgot she was. I'm like, wait, on the ride home, I'm like, wait, where the hell did Mary Lou Henner go? She was in the beginning and then just gone. But I mean, it was not great. I can see why it's getting bad reviews. Horrible marketing, horrible marketing. They would have made some money. At least kids would have gone to see this piece of shit. If it came out in Halloween, it would have been at least, you could bring little kids to go see it, and it would have worked. I mean, it had the kind of vibe of Hocus Pocus, but it was not as charming or funny. You know what I mean? Like, at least Hocus Pocus was a little bit original, and people have taken a liking to that over the years. Kids that grew up with it are like, pseudo adults now, and there's kind of a following to it. And I enjoyed Hocus Pocus more than I did this movie. That movie, it still, that's not really saying that much, but yeah, it was, if you really, really, really love the ride, if you're really into it, maybe check it out. Jared Leto, this guy, dude, they try to sell us on him so hard.
I know.
They really do. And this guy is just, he overdoes everything. All of his dialogue, overwritten. He's overperforming. He's working so hard. And he doesn't have to work that hard. I mean, really, we're not sold on him anyway. We never will be. But really, they're pushing him so hard. And it's like, I don't believe any of this shit. Really, it's like, it's not even remotely believable. So really, the performances were lousy. The direction was piss poor. The art direction was great. The props, the sets, it really looks like the Haunted Mansion. That's about all I got out of it, really. And I could clearly see why it didn't do very well at the box office. Number one reason being poor marketing, not coming out on Halloween.
Yeah, at least you could get the rubes in the Halloween season. They're just desperate for anything, kind of spooky and cool. Mexican Iron Man has some information here. He's got basically some flow chart here, a little statistics about the Haunted Mansion. Mike, what are we looking at here?
So as of today, on the numbers released by the numbers online, 29.5 million domestic. So that's the weekend plus the last couple of days. International 8.9 million. And then if we take the splits of what the studio gets, Mickey's going to get 21.3 million. We know that the production costs and the marketing budget has been widely reported as being at 200 million. So, Mickey managed in 5 days to lose 178 million with this release so far.
But 21 million is a whole lot of money. Haha. Isn't that right?
Right, but Mickey, you spent 150 on production and another 50 million on marketing. So yeah, you brought in 21 million. But you spent but Mickey, it's like Mickey, you know how you have the lemonade stand out in front of some of your rides? Yeah. Okay. So let's say you went out and you bought $200 worth of lemons, but you only brought in 21 bucks. You lost 178. Except you didn't just do that once, Mickey. You did that 178 million times in 5 days.
So you're saying that 178 million is also a lot of money.
Well, Mickey, 178 million is a lot of money to lose in Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, to Wednesday. But in 5 days, Mickey, you lost 178 million. Who does that?
Yeah. Fuck. Well, okay. Well, that I guess that says it all. Yeah, poor Mickey. Look, now he's drinking. Now he's hitting the bottle. He's smoking. It's very upsetting. And speaking of upsetting, we've got first of all, we're not upset that we've got a new guest here. Tom Connors has joined us here. Hey, Tom, how you doing, buddy?
How's everybody doing out there?
Doing good, man. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Yeah, I was told you wanted me to come in and talk a little bit about this movie I saw Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get to that in just a minute. How long you got to leave? When?
I got about, I think, an hour.
Okay, we'll go. We're going to keep with the flow here, and then we will get to that But
That's good.
it's time for a segment that we now call dun, 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 dun. Dang it, Bob. Hey, dang it, Bob. We're going to now talk a little bit with Mexican Iron Man, who's going to give us an update on all things that is Bobbish and danged. Mike.
As we lead up to the August 9th, I got a little graphic here. As we lead up to August 9th, a week from today will be the Disney quarterly earnings call. Let's just, as we prepare for next week, let's just talk about what happened this past week. On Friday, Disney stock closed at $86.06. It was this past week, it was widely aired between late Sunday and Monday that Puck broke a news report that was followed by CNBC, The Hollywood Reporter, and now everyone's carrying it that two key executives are returning to Disney, former CEO candidates. I'll get to that in a minute. After this news broke, the stock rose up to $89.51. We almost cracked $90 again.
Woo-hoo!
Almost.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, well, Mickey, then things got then the world stopped getting enamored with that rumor, and as of today, well, that says August 4th. I meant to say August 2nd. The market stock price is $86.30. Now, interestingly enough, Mickey, we're dangerously close to a what could be almost a 10-year low. Back in April of 2014, the stock was at $85.74.
Oh,
so,
that's not good.
No, Mickey, that's not good at all. There is definitely room for improvement. So here's what happened. Here's why the stock popped for a second on this rumor. So Bob decided to bring back two guys. Who did he bring back as consultants? He brought back Kevin Mayer and Thomas Skaggs. Thomas Skaggs is a former CFO of the Walt Disney Company from 1998 to 2010. Then he got promoted from CFO to Chief Operating Officer, where he served as operating officer till 2016, when he was basically told that the CEO search would be widening. I translate that to mean that Bob didn't want to leave. And so Tom Skaggs left, and he teamed up with another guy named Kevin Mayer. And Kevin Mayer also worked at Disney. And what Kevin did is he ran a bunch of business units, but he particularly became a corporate executive officer, and he was involved in things like the buyouts for Pixar, Marvel, Lucasfilm. I mean, the list is endless. He also worked on the Fox deal too. In any case, those two guys got together and started their own company, and they're backed by Blackstone, not BlackRock. And in 2 years, they bought $4 billion worth of assets. Well, Bob has brought them back as consultants to help advise on the future of the company and its various broadcast and entertainment units. Now, the interesting thing is that the stock popped, but this wasn't like an official press release. Like this was just broken. This was a rumor that broke and then got confirmed. And the stock is now settled back to, the crappy position it was last Friday. But I think there's a lot of things that are fascinating about this. Number one is that Bob brought back, for a company so committed to diversity, he brought back two white guys.
Yay! I mean, boo.
Well, I think it's interesting. Like, you need to decide on the future of the company, and the company says it's all about diversity. But when Bob, the CEO, decided he needed a couple consultants, they're both white dudes. Fascinating.
Well, that is true, and I'm surprised that all the wokies didn't storm out of Disney in protest to go ahead and walk a picket line or something. Huh.
Right. Number two is that both of these guys,
Because they're already on a picket line.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Already.
Either one of these two guys were at one time considered competitors to the CEO spot to follow Iger. Number three, what's fascinating to me is that Bob is taking a lot of heat for announcing that he might sell things like ABC, and he's looking for a sponsor for ESPN. And we are, and he brought these guys in, and I think Bob has an incredibly huge ego, but deep down in his soul, I have to believe that he doesn't know that he's basically a sales guy and a pitch guy and a deal closer and not a manager. And this company has been mismanaged into oblivion. The Disney stock earnings call will be next Wednesday afternoon. I will be listening to it, but I'm going to be in Orlando. I will find a way to report in the first or second hour of next week's show. I'll be at a hotel in Orlando, which is kind of funny. I won't be at Disneyland, but I'll be at Universal. But I think things are really, really bad. When you're in the middle of layoffs, to bring back two former high-level executives, one of which was your former CFO and COO,
Yes.
the other helped you get all your deals done, Fox, all the ones that I mentioned earlier. I won't repeat the list. That's who Bob's bringing in as consultant. That's a big deal. I think it tells a lot that this is a ship without a rudder, and we've got a captain that doesn't know what direction to sail the ship in.
That's right. But even worse is the implication of, when you think about it, that Bob Iger brought back two rivals to Bob Iger to go ahead and bolster the stock. He believed that this would bolster the stock, and it did briefly. But the fact that Bob Iger did this, does this imply that Bob Iger has no faith in Bob Iger?
That's exactly what I think.
I mean,
That's exactly what I think, because hey, Tom, yeah, I know, okay, buddy, look, I know maybe things didn't go well before. You're obviously out there. And by the way, Tom, these two guys have a $4 billion. They've spent $4 billion of Blackstone's cash in the last 2 years. Okay. They left, they started their own company. They made some phone calls, and Blackstone not BlackRock, Blackstone, which is an alternative investment company. They're not BlackRock. They're not an ESG woke. They went to Blackstone. They got $4 billion and spent $4 billion buying different entertainment properties. And they're like, okay, you're not going to make me CEO? No problem. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, nothing. What are you doing, Tom? You know what? I don't know. Let's make some phone calls and go get $4 billion and spend in the last 2 years. And so for Bob to do this, I think it says an incredibly huge signal, sends a huge signal that it's all hands on deck, and our captain Bob doesn't even know how to mop up his own deck of his own ship there.
That's kind of embarrassing.
I think it is.
They would actually do that. This is so. I mean, so the stock is dangerously close to its 10-year low.
Yes, sir.
$86.30 versus $85.74. So essentially that difference is what, about 54 cents between them and oblivion. Is that
Yeah.
basically?
Yeah, and I apologize. I actually typed August 4th. I meant August 2nd on today's date. But yeah, you get the idea. And I think here's the other. Let me build on what you just said, Doomcock, because let's remember the week before Bob did that interview at CNBC, and guess what the stock did? Not only did it not go up, it went down.
Right.
This rumor is released by Puck, which then gets picked up by CNBC and everybody else, and the stock goes up briefly, but it still went up. Like, oh my God, we've got some new blood around here, and I think that's telling. I think that's Wall Street. That's Wall Street sending a no confidence message, because between Bob having this big press release that he's getting renewed, and he's staying on because the board really feels strongly that he needs to stick around in order to provide continued leadership for Disney. That didn't help, and then his comments have just been eviscerated by everybody. He's pissed everybody off. He's pissed all the ABC staff, all the ABC employees, all the network employees, all the broadcast employees. Lord knows he pissed off a good chunk of the actors. I know from a friend of mine who works in Burbank that some of the agents in Hollywood are livid at what he said and put calls into studio execs asking them to share the message with Bob and pass it along, that he needs to keep his comments mitigated while the strike is in motion. So, and Hollywood agents are the real power brokers in DC. They're the ones who make the big deals happen and make money move.
Yep. It's just been a terrible, no good, awful, rotten week for Disney. Actually, it's been a couple of terrible months for Disney. Let's just add another kick to the old dang it Bob list by talking about on July 28th, a Florida judge rejected a Disney company request to dismiss a lawsuit by an oversight district, a move that could make it harder for the entertainment giant to pursue its own case against Governor DeSantis as part of a year-long feud. The ruling allows the oversight district to pursue its case that seeks to void backroom deals favorable to Disney that were struck with a prior district board earlier this year. That was basically a puppet board of Disney's. If those deals were voided, the district has said it would nearly wipe out Disney's federal case. So, dang it, Bob. Now, because Disney had to flap its mouth and alienate the legislators in Florida. Now they're really suffering, Mike. Do you know anything about all that stuff? I mean, this is
Yeah,
not good for them.
I appear pretty frequently on Legal Mindsets channel, and we talk about this kind of stuff all the time. You've got two cases going on. You've got the federal case that Disney filed for freedom of speech, and we of course have the Florida suit at the state level. In reality, the state right. This is a Florida property special tax district problem. It's not anything else. That's what it's about. And that district is gone and toast and done. In fact, there was another release of news that happened a little bit earlier today that I saw. I didn't get a chance to delve into it too much, but whatever at the Central Florida Tourism Board that now exists in replacement of the Reedy Creek, whatever diversity programs they had that lingered are all being obliterated as well. But this is a property special tax district legal issue, pure and simple. And whenever there's a dispute, it's the state's rights that govern over federal. This isn't a case of I baked a cake and I don't want to serve it to you because of whatever your lifestyle is. This is a Florida property tax district dispute. That's what it is. All the other stuff is fluff, and I fully believe that that Disney is not going to win. And even if they are, there's nothing that they're fighting for. What they're fighting for doesn't even exist anymore. The Reedy Creek tax district doesn't exist anymore, and so it's all showmanship. And I believe it's all meant to distract, and it's not working. In fact, if anything, if we've seen from the last two editorials in the New York Times. The last two editorials from the New York Times were absolutely scathing of Disney, scathing. And the financial trades and the major press aren't spinning this. The only people spinning Disney, pro Disney right now in real earnest way are the trades like Deadline. And even that is kind of eh. So Bob needs to get his house in order, and he needs to focus on what matters most. And frankly, with everything that we've seen, what matters most is park attendance, movies, all these studios that keep losing money. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I'm hearing now that I haven't looked into it at all, but I'm hearing now that the cruise ships, they've got 3 cruise ships that are being constructed and they're supposed to be delivered. But I'm hearing that the cruise ship business may also be starting to waver a little bit, which is a problem. Because they've got 3 new ships that are supposed to be deployed in the next, I believe, 4.5 years, maybe 5. Yeah, and those things are not cheap. I mean, you're talking about billions of dollars of capital improvement of capital costs. If they lose the cruise ships and they lose the amusement parks, this company is done because obviously the stock price isn't going to help them.
No. I mean, they can't even, from what I'm hearing, they can't even book the cruise ships that they have. So now they're getting 3 new ones. This kind of dovetails with a rumor that I heard, Mexican Iron Man, that this came out of a Kinko's recently, where basically an employee at Kinko's told me that Bob Iger had 3 giant return to sender stickers that were being printed. I'm talking giant, big fucking like a block basically long. And basically he was gonna put on
COD shipping charges rejected.
No, we're not going to pay. We're not going to pay.
Yeah.
And that's what I heard. But of course that Harvey told me that, so it's probably bullshit. Anybody have anything that they'd like to say about Disney's dismal summer before we move on to our next outrage of the week?
Yeah, I've got something to add.
Oh, go ahead, Robert.
Real quick. Yeah, so there's a couple articles out there. There's one from Yahoo Finance after the market today. And keep in mind, none of this is investment advice. It's just an article that you can find on Yahoo Finance. But apparently, the Commerce Street Capital CEO and president basically said to investors to avoid Disney. Keep in mind, it's his words, not mine. And basically, he said the House of Mouse seems out of touch with their customers, the market, and the politics of their own state. Disney's entered into a lawsuit against Ron DeSantis that we just discussed to revoke the theme park special tax status. So they're in a lot of trouble.
Wow.
Wow. Now, who was this again that was saying this?
It's the Commerce Street Capital CEO. They're an investment firm and CEO and president Dory Wiley. So you can find that article on Yahoo Finance. It was about 30 minutes after market close, about 3:30 Central Time.
Holy shit. So this basically guy is saying, forget Disney. They're out of touch with their customer base and with their state. This is not a good investment. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what this CEO is saying in this article.
Wow.
Good Lord. What do you guys think of that? Mike, what do you think of that?
So the performance outlook on the Disney stock says that it's midterm negative, long-term negative. So Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
Oh my
Jesus.
Jeez.
Bob better have something really amazing for this investor call. Part of me wants to say that he's going to pull it off, but then let's look at the last two calls. The last earnings call didn't go so hot at all. And God almighty, the annual investor call where the retail people, the average Joe Blow from Main Street USA called in, that was an absolute train wreck. So,
Good
Well,
God, man. Has
my
Disney...
thoughts are.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, how soon do we start to see? We've already heard rumors about it, but how soon do we see a sell-off of a Disney property?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what goes first. What can they sell?
the thing that makes the most money is the last thing to ever be sold. That's true anywhere. I mean, that's there's no. And then who's gonna buy? Who wants to buy an old park with old? Let me be real. I want anyone on this panel to make me a compelling case as to who wants to buy an old, broken down theme park that needs a shitload of improvements and and most of the characters, no one below.
How much
than
and
40
can
knows
I
who the
have
heck they are.
hookers in it? I said, how much and can I have hookers in it?
No, you can't. And not only that, but a old, out of date park that's in a state that's hostile to it. That's.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said 2 weeks ago. I mean, I asked Max. I said on this. I asked
All
Max.
right. Well, go ahead, Mike.
I'm just saying. I asked him to rate his top 3 Disney characters. He couldn't think of 3, let alone rate them.
Well, Mickey's about to go public domain anyway, but no, I mean, really, if they really want to prove some kind of point, then they just need to make Disneyland woke land and go for it. Quit effing around and see how well that bowls over for them.
Boom. Dang it, Bob. So tough shit. Tough shit. But I tell you, what is even tougher shit is what Seth Rogan has done to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Bounding into comics had a pretty darn good little update here. Now, they were quoting Price of Reason, and in a recent review, and Bounding into Comics said, after discussing how the film maligns the Turtles, Price of Reason shared how the film destroyed Splinter. In all the previous adaptations, Splinter carries himself in a very wise and official way. He's a figure of authority that commands the respect of the Turtles, who are also his students. In this movie, Splinter is a complete joke. In addition to being an anti-human grouch, his version of Splinter always acts like a buffoon, constantly trying to appease the Turtles when they complain to him. Price of Reason then revealed they made him into a homosexual. To add insult to injury, at the end of the movie, Splinter is seen making out with Scumbag and then professing his love. Scumbug, excuse me. And professing his love for Scumbug, who he seemingly enters into a relationship with. Now, that in and of itself is already out of character for Splinter, as we've known him for years, as it just doesn't seem like something he would do. But then later, after researching the character posters for this movie and also consulting with Tom Connors Jr. from Midnight's Edge, I've come to the conclusion that they decided to present Splinter in this movie as an LGBT character, a creative decision that I disagree with since he's never been presented that way in the 40 years that this franchise has existed. Tom, what do you say about this bullshit?
Well, there's actually been some further developments in this story.
Oh, well, please share.
Yes, you've done a great job covering it so far, but as you can see, I'll share the image here. This is the poster. This is actually the American version. So there's two different versions, and this is important to note that there was two different versions thus far. As you see here, it says Scumbag as himself.
Wow.
Pretty obviously there. Now, recently, one of the directors has come out and talked to Screen Rant about this. Supposedly, it was a misprint, and we can't really confirm that because guess what? After we did our show this morning, Paramount UK took theirs down.
Really?
Yes. Now, in the movie, I thought they said she as well, and that's where I was confused with this. So all props go to Price of Reason for pointing this out. We think they changed it the last minute, and they also cut a bunch of stuff down and out of it that would have been the woker stuff, right? Because there's still elements of it there, but it's very tame. And now they're doing their best to cover their asses for this. So we clearly busted them on this. And yeah, so initially their plans were to make Splinter gay. So now as the movie is, it's questionable because I do believe they call her a she in the movie. But that ain't no typo if you put it on both the UK and the US poster.
No. Good Lord. Dude, I know that you love the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Don't even get me started on the movie yet. But yeah, that's just one aspect of it so far. Yeah.
Good God. Well, I mean, this must really piss you off, dude. Go ahead and vent any way you want to, man.
First of all, my basic like 2-cent review of this is this movie is what our parents thought Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was when they first heard about it. It's not really Ninja Turtles. It's all the gross out, bottom of the barrel bullshit that our parents thought this was. All the puke jokes, the slime stuff, all that kind of crap. That's my quick review. The longer review is this movie is barely Ninja Turtles in name only. The Turtles start out the film, they steal shit. They don't pay for it at all.
Right.
Which is something they at least did in the past. And even me as a kid asked my mom, well, where do the Turtles get money to pay for stuff? And she said, well, it probably washes up in the sewers, which makes sense because they also build all their stuff out of crap that they picked up in the sewers. So yeah.
Right.
But anyway, that explanation aside, I thought they're pretty much acting like the Foot Clan does in the beginning of this movie by stealing everything to live off of.
Yeah, that is complete like slander of the entire concept.
Yeah. And then Splinter, as we learn, was just a regular rat. No association to Hamato Yoshi or anything to do with Oroku Saki at all in this movie. So there's no connection to the original Foot Clan, no connection to Japan, none of that. Splinter actually learns ninja from a video.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yes.
From a video.
So now the Turtles do seem competent enough in the beginning when they're stealing shit. But then when they first get to their first fight and pretty much every subsequent fight till the end, they are incompetent boobs, as it pointed out in that review. And that's absolutely true. Splinter is also an incompetent boob through most of the movie. He's the only character you have any sympathy for because, and it's really, really at the expense of him trying to pander to his kids throughout the entire film. Because, and I agree with everything that Price of Reason said in his review. The Turtles treat him like shit. They disrespect him throughout the entire film for the most part. The movie's ugly to look at. Like, it's very difficult to watch. Think Spider-Verse, only more into the claymation zone, but like lines and squiggles and other weird things that have nothing to do with anything being on top of these characters and distracting kind of, just nonsensical sight gags constantly. And including the character that we were talking about before, Scumbag, for instance, is always spewing this green crud out of their mouths. And they're even spewing it into Splinter's mouth when they're making out. Not just a kiss, kids.
Good
flat out
Lord.
making out, like wholly making out. and it's disgusting. I groaned along with most of the audience at that point. Like, there were some spattered laughs throughout, but the only person who seemed to be enjoying the movie was the dickhole who wasn't watching his kid and was running rampant throughout the film. It's like, well, at least he can enjoy the movie because everybody else is extracted by his little shit that he won't keep his fucking, attention on.
Oh my God.
So like between that and just the movie being bad in and of itself, the story really could fit in a 22-minute episode, like a regular TV episode. And it's nothing new. It's really kind of a little bit of the 2007 animated film mixed with an X-Men kind of spin, because Superfly wants to turn everybody into mutants. That's his whole shtick. And none of these characters really have any resemblance to their original characters at all, even when it comes to looks and characterization. So at the end of the day, I had heard some things behind the scenes that the only reason this exists is because they needed to fulfill some licenses. So this movie is going to amortize a TV show and a sequel for Paramount Plus. So there you go.
Good.
This
God.
is our Ninja Turtles for the next 5 years, kids. 3 to
Why
5
did they?
years.
Why did they do such a shitty job on it, though? I mean,
I don't know.
is it agenda? Is it
Look,
just sheer incompetence, indifference?
It's like when they got Kevin Smith to work on Masters of the Universe. They see that as a win. He's a name. He's a name involved with the generation they want to get involved in watching. The same thing with Seth Rogan. They see him as the same generation that are going to bring their kids to the. And look, there's a lot of us out there who don't give a shit, that aren't paying attention to these things, and they actually watch these stupid Seth Rogen movies. Don't forget that. He makes money for a damn reason. Just like with Kurtzman over at Paramount, they see Seth Rogen as the same kind of thing. He's slumming it for them doing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I guarantee you. It's a sad truth of the matter, because in Hollywood, in the bubble, he's seen as one of those it guys, when the rest of us are just we just look at it going, why is he still here? He adds nothing to the table at all.
Good God.
Tom, what's Kevin Eastman's take on this?
Oh, he took a check and he's fine with it.
He doesn't give a shit.
Really? Oh gosh.
Yeah,
awful.
Wow.
Look, I love Eastman and Laird, but Eastman, ever since he sold out his part of the deal and bankrupted heavy metal, he has basically taken every check they've thrown at him and said yes to everything that they've wanted to do.
Oh my God.
He is signed on as a consultant, but I swear it's just in title only, because
Wow.
he has always been the one that was always fine with them doing a lot of this stuff to the franchise, where Laird was always kind of not really into the commercial business so much.
I
He
really
liked
love the
certain
cartoon
aspects
and
of
the
it,
comic
but yeah.
book and the movie when I was a kid. I really, really loved Ninja Turtles.
Now,
when I
the
was a
best
kid.
representation we're ever going to get is that 1990 movie at this point.
Great movie,
I
man. I love that
I
movie.
feel it in my bones. It's like until not until maybe long after I'm dead.
You
Well, the
know,
last two live action movies weren't that bad. Why not build off of that? I mean,
No, I don't know, man. I sure like the original stuff. The 1990s one was a birthday movie for me, so I'm a little partial to it. But, I was 10 years old when that movie came out, and I was so happy. I was happy as a pig and shit. That
this
was
is
like my
sad.
thing.
I mean, so this is. I mean, look. It sounds to me, Tom, like this is kind of a similar situation with Roger Corman's Fantastic Four, where basically they made it as a placeholder for rights and stuff, but at least Corman had the decency to try and make a decent movie.
Right.
Yes and no. Like that's come up, and I'm like, yeah, I see where people can see that comparison, but Nickelodeon and Paramount own this wholeheartedly. What they've got is license deals for toys and other things. That's what they got to fulfill. And the problem is their 2012 series, the reason they did Rise of TMNT and the Michael Bay films is because the 2012 series toys were starting to taper off and they needed more toy sales. So they made those, and those didn't work out so well for them. So now they made this to kind of fulfill that obligation. That's why, it's because they got tons and tons and tons. Like the Ninja Turtles were already licensed out the wazoo before they were sold to Paramount. But ever since they've been owned by Paramount, you can get just about anything with a Ninja Turtle on it now. Right? Like almost anything. You can get probably hemorrhoid tissues with fucking Ninja Turtles on them.
Well, that's what this movie is, basically.
Yeah, that's yeah, really. Well, no, it'll give you hemorrhoids, that's for sure.
Oh my God, this is terrible. Does anybody have any comments about this sad atrocity? Douglas, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I was never a big Ninja Turtles fan, but I've always respected it. It's an extraordinary story, especially I'm a comic book guy, and that's kind of like the comic book dream come true what those guys managed to do with that. But it's just another sad example of a franchise immediately destroyed. At this late date of this template being followed, and apparently now Splinter gets he's Jake Splinter now, the treatment and stuff like that, and the odd curiosity of people like Seth Rogan. Eventually, you've got to deliver, and he when's the last time has he delivered? That kind of thing. You're going to find yourself in the Disney situation. With continuing with this nonsense. So it's all very sad and unfortunate. And the kicker is that, somebody else could come along and do it right and better and all that. But for people like Tom here, we're all in the same position. It's the same thing I go on about Star Trek and whatnot, is that, you could turn it around at some point, but I'm at the age now, it'll be too late for me. We're in this era where we're promised all this new versions of beloved franchises and whatnot, and they squandered all of it, all that money and all that goodwill, and spit out vitriol at anyone who said, hey, that doesn't quite work, and all that sort of thing. And so to where now, it might get better someday, but I only have so many years. And so for me personally, it's all over, and so now they've come for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So sorry, condolences all, and it's too bad.
Yeah, Seth Rogen should be kept away from genre films. I mean, didn't he make that horrible Green Hornet movie?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, was
he
that
also worked on Priest and or Preacher and
Green Hornet sounds like that was better than this. That sounds like atrocity,
it at least was closer to what the Green Hornet was.
Some of it,
he claims he's a Ninja Turtle fan, but again, I compare this to the Kevin Smith thing, where I highly doubt it.
No,
I mean, he's only I think 2 years older than me or 2 years younger than me. I can't remember which. So he's right around my age group, but that doesn't mean he necessarily really got into it all that much.
Right. But I mean, if you're a professional, which we don't have anymore, you have to respect the property that you come into. So you bone up on it. And all that, always go back to Wrath of Khan. Those guys came in, what can we do? And they knew nothing about Star Trek. It says, well, I better look into it.
Right.
Seems simple enough, but now it's a concept that's alien to the industry.
And you can do humor in the Turtles world, don't get me wrong, but Seth Rogen is not the fucking guy to go to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the first two Ninja Turtle movies. You guys brought them up too as well. The first one is the most straightforward, serious Ninja Turtle movie we're ever going to get, but it also has very humorous moments of levity and other things. Sure. The second film actually has some great jokes in it. Mm-hmm. In fact, there's even a Ralph Nader joke in the second film, for Pete's sake.
And Vanilla Ice.
Well, and then you got Vanilla Ice on top of it all. It was kind of a joke in and of himself, But no, I mean, those two movies, I guess, are a capsule in time that we're never going to get back. The 2003 series, it was amazing. That's probably the closest we're ever going to get again in animation as far as... And I know the 2012 series had its fans as well, and I don't dump on that one at all. So it is what it is, even though that's the first time Nickelodeon took charge. They actually, that version was at least stayed more true to the original Turtles. And I don't know if they're deleting Splinter's history just so they could have Jackie Chan play Splinter, but they did it in the Michael Bay film. So I think they're more or less just trying to separate it more and more from Japan, right? Because if you guys remember in the Michael Bay film, William Fichtner was supposed to play Shredder originally. And everybody threw a fit because, it wasn't Japanese, which I was one of those people too. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And so instead they added this other guy at the last minute and reshot it all. And it's like, well, yeah, it's great, but now it makes even less sense than it does in the first place. Don't even get me started on those movies because those are bad. But this movie almost makes those movies look good in comparison because at least they took it seriously. This movie doesn't even take itself seriously enough to be, sweet and funny, or could have been a cute little, also ran kind of they're trying to do the Spider-Verse thing with it and it's not working. It just doesn't work with the Ninja Turtles. And they're like, "Oh, we're amping up the teenage aspect." I'm like, "You mean the part that's been a part of their name since the very start, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?" Like, nothing really changed other than the lingo. Like, they didn't say cowabunga once in the whole movie, which to me is something very Ninja Turtles. I don't give a shit which generation it is.
Yeah.
Because even our generation, cowabunga wasn't a word from our generation. It was from the previous generation.
That's right.
Actually, it was 2 previous generations, and we just adopted it. You know, like, yeah, it was just one of those things, you know. I just don't understand. And that's the whole thing, is Turtles brings that to the table. There's things that just make the Turtles inherently Turtles. And one of the other things that was really missing is just their characters. They're barely even stereotypes of their initial characters.
God.
Right? Like, if you go through that article that you brought up from Bounding into Comics, that was great. They even found these character bios. I can't remember if it was from French or some other website. And in the bio itself, Raph's a great example. It said his anger issues are so bad he just wants to punch somebody in the stomach to make him puke. I'm like, that's not what Raph is all about. He's got anger issues because of other things. That doesn't mean he wants to punch things. It's like, Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with you people? And Leonardo is barely a leader. Donatello is not even techie at all in this movie. I don't know why he's got glasses other than, oh, he's the nerd, but he's not even acting like a nerd. Just because he likes K-pop and anime, I guess evidently that makes him a nerd now. And Michelangelo sounds like he's 30. Like, I don't know. The guy, what the fuck? And he doesn't have one funny fucking scene in the whole movie. It's like, he's supposed to be your humor. Where's this? And then the other part that bothered me is they've even got this ongoing bit with Donatello bitching because all he has is a stick. It's like, you clearly do not understand the Ninja Turtles then. And there's this great part in the 2003 series that nails it for me. And I'm just paraphrasing here because I don't remember exactly how it goes, but Splinter hands the sword to Leonardo and he goes, "Leonardo, you have the katana sword because you are a leader. You are steadfast like the sword." You know, he hands the sais to Raphael. He goes, "You are blunt force like these sais. But you will always protect your brothers as they are the most protective weapons as well." You know, and then you have Michelangelo, who's controlled chaos, just like the nunchaku. And Donatello, you are the smart, the sturdy one, like the bow staff. You know, like, they had that moment where where Splinter picked these weapons specifically for the Turtles to go along with their personalities. And none of that kind of shit's here. It's all just tossed out the window for some. It's exactly what you expect it to be from the trailer, right? Like, the only thing I'm surprised it's even PG considering some of the grossness that's in this movie. That's the other thing.
Also,
I mean, anyway,
Tom,
go ahead.
Splinter, you mentioned a couple things about him. The one thing about Splinter that's been consistent all throughout also is he's a father figure to the Turtles.
Exactly. And he's still their dad, but he's the dumb dad, right? He's the modern dad who's just trying to do whatever his kids want. And the only other thing that he has as a gimmick is he's a big, huge bigot with humans. He's like, "Don't go to the outside world. They will milk you." Milk you. Yes, that's his whole thing throughout the entire movie is they're going to milk you. And they go, "Well, Dad, we don't even have nipples." You know, and so then, of course, at the end of the movie, they're trying to get the turtles' blood so they can create mutants. And he goes, "See, I told you they're trying to milk you." And the only good part in the movie is like, okay, you got Jackie Chan playing Splinter. So they literally have like a scene with Splinter like Jackie Chan choreographed it. So he's like using the chair and all these other things around the room as Splinter like Jackie Chan would. It's literally choreographed like a Jackie Chan scene. Otherwise, all the Easter eggs and things are very surface level and crappy. Like, the one that stuck out to me as a real bad is like the jokes are very meme-like. Because they're like, "Oh, you guys look like little Shreks," which is a play on the joke that we all said they looked like big Shreks in the Bayformer movie. So it's like, okay, that's your jokes, is you're barely even scraping the surface of memes. Like, there is so much you could be doing with all this stuff. It is lazy as fuck. Like, a 12-year-old on ADHD wrote it because, like I said, it feels like all this shit could be done in 22 minutes and they stretch it the hell out. There's even beats they could have hit that they're like, that you normally hit in these kind of stories. They're like, why didn't you just do that? Like, because, okay, for instance, like, the Turtles want to be accepted, so they get this idea that if April, who also is in high school, by the way, and has a ongoing joke about puking whenever she's on camera, and does not even, Yeah, and they race swapped her, and the chick they got doing her voice does not fit the body at all. Like clearly the chick doing the voice is some twiggy, chick, and yeah, they're trying to fit that voice into a bigger black girl. No, it just doesn't work. Anyway, they get this idea that if they can take out Superfly and stop them, then the city will see them as heroes, because that's part of the problem, is that Superfly is going around stealing all these parts to make a machine to turn everybody into mutants. That's the plot. That's the whole fucking plot. And so instead of having this point where normally in these kind of movies where they would actually kind of start understanding the way Superfly thinks and believes, and kind of falling to his side of it, and having like a split up with the brothers, where like Mikey and Raph are like, no, we agree with Superfly, and Leo and Donnie being like, are you guys insane? You got to have all, they don't even have that kind of shit. They're literally just think he's a bad guy from the start, know he's a bad guy from the start, and they're lying to him from the start, and they have this really bad Miami Vice undercover scene with them where they're trying to play Superfly to basically bust him, and it just turns into this whole chaotic mess by the end of the movie, and it is just the lowest common denominator, even for a kids movie, right? Like kids, I think, even expect more than this, because even about an hour or so into the movie, they were starting to get restless. I could tell all the kids in the audience were starting to get restless. Even the kid next to me fell asleep.
Wow.
Well, that is its own review. You should have just, maybe just filmed that. That would have been like the review.
Like I said, some people seem to enjoy it, and it's getting way too high of reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. I don't understand these reviews. Like, that's the other thing that bothers me lately, is every new thing that comes out cannot be the greatest fucking thing ever. Okay? And you can't tell me this is a fucking on the 1990 movie, which is sitting at probably like an 85 Rotten Tomatoes, and this is sitting at like 97. That is motherfucking blasphemy. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't even know what the original is, but I guarantee you it ain't that high.
Wow.
Unbelievable, man.
Well, I can imagine what the inevitable devil's advocate response would be is, Tom, it wasn't made for you.
Well, what's funny is this movie is going to make about the same amount of money as fucking, 81%. I was damn close.
Wow. Okay.
I was pretty fucking close, because I remember how well it was reviewed. Even Robert Ebert said, it's the best Ninja Turtle movie we're ever going to get. Little did he know how right he was.
Wow. Dude, I'm sorry. I feel your pain, and all I can say is we're really sorry, man. We're really sorry you had to.
It flabbergasted me that this has happened, and again, like I said, the sad part is this is the Ninja Turtles we're stuck with on television now for at least the next couple of years, and they're going to shove another movie down our throat. They've been threatening us with a live-action Ninja Turtle movie with Colin Yost involved. For those who may recognize the name but are like, who the fuck is Colin Yost? He's the guy from the Weekend Updates on SNL.
Oh, no.
So we're also getting another comedian to fucking make.
God.
You want to know why the original 1990 movie worked? This is why. The movie started out as you basically had Raymond Chow, who was behind all the Bruce Lee movies, say, all we got to do, some of his guys say, all we got to do is put our stunt guys in some fucking turtle suits, and we can make a movie. They didn't realize it was going to be more intricate than they thought, so they had to get Jim Henson involved. And then they needed more money. So when more money came involved, and they started hitting up the studios, and every single studio in Hollywood said, fuck no, Ninja Turtles, we're not touching that with a 10-foot pole, because fucking Masters of the Universe just came out and flopped. We're not touching that. No. Then it came across New Line Cinema's desk, and Robert Shea goes, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? What's this? And Sarah Risher goes, that? My kid loves that. I bought him all the toys for Christmas. And I believe it was Mike DeLuca goes, yeah, they just need $6 million to finish off the production. You bought your kid all the toys for Christmas? Oh, yeah, he loves it. Give him $6 million. Became the biggest, highest grossing independent film of all time until Blair Witch Project.
Wow.
All because he said, sure, let's give him $6 million.
Wow.
And what happened was the director read the script and goes, this is fucking shit. Threw it out, grabbed the first 5 or 6 comics, started going through and literally ripping out pages, handing them to his editor and writer or whatever, going, this is in the movie, this is in the movie, this is in the movie, and this is in the movie. Now mix it with a few things from the cartoon and we're good. And basically what he added from the cartoon was just the headbands being different colors, the personalities, the pizza, the cowabungas, the things that people associate with Ninja Turtles from the toys in the cartoon at that time.
Yeah.
But they kept the serious tone of the story. The backstory's all there. Sure, it's truncated a little bit. But the original idea that Oroku Saki killed Hamato Yoshi over this woman, and Splinter is the result of that, is the next leftover, generation, and he trained these turtles to defend the city and avenge his, master. And that's the story, right? Like, it's so simplistic. It's there, and they did it so well in the 1990 film that you can't really. It's kind of like Donner's Superman. They'll never get it right again because of that.
Yeah.
And to me, the TMNT 1990 movie is right there with the Donner Superman as far as the best adaptations of comic books we have to date, because there's very few that live up to that standard.
So Tom, they didn't try to deconstruct it?
Well, not then anyway.
They didn't try to foil our expectations. Well, shame on them.
They literally just threw pages out of the comic at each other and said, this goes in the movie, man. They switched some things out, like instead of Leonardo getting hurt, it's Raphael and some other things. But I mean, them going to the farmhouse, all that business is all from the original comics.
Well, shit. I don't know what to say except we feel your pain, brother, and we're sorry. Do you need to go, or do you want to stick around?
I still have another 10, 15 minutes or so. What's the next topic? Are you going to hit
Well, I'm going to go
chats?
ahead and go. I got to go to some super chats.
I was going to say, if you have any that are specific for turtles, maybe I can answer those before I head out.
Okay, well, I'll look. Let me go ahead and get to some super chats here.
Maybe at the bottom.
Oh, let's go ahead and read some of these here super chats. Let's see. Joe Lamont with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says, hail all, bunny rescue. Damn right. Please support the bunnytrailrescue.org, my friends. It is a great charity, and those are good folks.
You could dress up a bunny like Usagi Yojimbo in celebration for Ninja Turtles, Gary.
That'd be awesome. That'd be great. Thank
that
you
would be
for the
pretty
plug.
good.
Whoever sent that.
He managed to go. He managed not to be in this stupid movie.
All right. So I'm
they had to pay
through...
extra for him. That's why.
Let me see. I'm trying to just scroll through real quick.
So there might be some at the bottom, but I don't know if there was or not. I don't want to throw you too out of whack.
Yeah, I
figured if there's some that you get stuck, like going, oh well, I wish Tom was still here. Like
exactly. Let me. I'm just scrolling real fast down here. I may be missing some, but I'm just trying to. Let me see.
Just so you guys know, I was pretty proud to see my wife Bethany received a donation from the Big Sur Marathon Foundation last night. Yeah, it was pretty cool. We got to go up to this shindig in the hotel or in the motel and a hotel. Not a motel.
Holiday Inn.
It's not a motel or a Holiday Inn. No, it's a.
No, I know, but you did it, so I had to do it because of the song.
Right. Yeah, she got a donation from them, which was really, really great. So
that is awesome, man. That is awesome. Victor Haight with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Victor says, rumor has it, by my sources, he was going to be gay, and he and Shredder were going to be ex-lovers who now hate each other due to good and evil reasons. So,
oh Lord, isn't that Spider-Verse?
That's what Victor.
That was. I thought that was kind of the rumored backstory for Doc Ock and Aunt May in the Spider-Verse movie.
I guess he hears things. Saul Shymek with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Saul. Says Mortal Kombat Legends cage match. While normally not my thing, the WB leans into 1980s Nagel-style art and action movie cheese that actually fits the character of Johnny Cage for this coming film. Interesting. Well, let's hope they don't give it to
you're
Seth
talking
Rogan.
about. Is that the animated one or the Mortal Kombat 2 movie? Because
Mortal Kombat Legends cage match.
Okay, so that's that animated movie coming out.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, that's interesting. Thank you, Saul, for that. Lou Capadona with a $2 super chat. All he has to say, thank you, Lou. 94% critics and 95% audience score. F Seth Rogan. I don't understand that at all. Is it just bought and paid for? Is that what's
Possibly.
going on there? Because that makes no sense at
Possibly.
all to me.
I mean,
Not for-
that they got to fulfill licenses. So kind of it is pre-bought and pay for. That's like I was saying. It's kind of like the Star Trek business more than anything,
Unbelievable.
kind of like with Netflix prepaying for
I don't know.
Discovery.
Yeah, Jesus, that was a big mistake. David Krantz with a very kind $20 super chat. Thank you. David says, I loved the first 90s movie. I also have a soft spot in my heart for the 80s series, and I really loved the 2012 series. The 03 series was also enjoyable. This is just a turd in a bowl. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I think it is. Turtles.
The turd that floats past April in this movie that she has to comment on. Yes.
Oh, Jesus, that's terrible. Sammy BH77 with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Sammy. Says the best thing about the Hollywood strikes is they can't ruin any more franchises for a while. Has that occurred to you, Tom? It just seems like
Well, and that's where I said when you said earlier that you were curious why there ain't no protesting going on for Bob is because all the protesters are already busy protesting him and for other reasons.
Right.
Amen. Yeah.
But yeah. And as far as these guys being brought back in, I think it's very telling. It's an interesting situation. They came from a time when Disney was still popular and successful, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I guess we will see. But the Comic Relief Crusader with a $13.99 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Comic Relief Crusader. And he says, hail all. Tomorrow is my second YouTube anniversary. And I want to say thanks to you, Mighty Doomcock, and all of you for taking a chance on me. Congratulations to the Comic Relief Crusader. Everybody give him congratulations.
Congrats.
2 years,
Good job,
man.
Mike.
Well done.
Excellent.
Well done. Congratulations, and everyone subscribe to the Comic Relief Crusader. That is fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. And Med Mutt with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Med Mutt. Says, it would have been safer if Rogan was suggested for biker mice from Mars than mutant turtles.
More his speed, yeah.
Yeah, probably so. Good point, Med Mutt. Hail to you, and thank you for that generous donation, sir. Really appreciate it. And Casey Asowski, the great Casey Asowski, with a very generous $50 super chat. God bless you, Casey. You are a producer on tonight's Pop Culture Breakdown. And he says, hail all. I want to thank Douglas saying what I've always thought. While Star Wars might be saved someday, people like me who love it, we'll never see it. And that makes me sad. Yeah, man. It's kind of like maybe some people have a lot of time, but not all of us do. And the horrors that have been wrought upon pop culture, it's just fucking heartbreaking. Thank you, Casey. God bless you, my friend. It's great to have you here tonight. I hope you're having a good time. Gunstar1 with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Gunstar1 says, greetings to all. Now that I've seen Oppenheimer, I was psyched to see Dune Part 2, but thanks to the strikes, it may not happen. Thanks, Holly Weird. I don't think so. I mean, Dune has got to be in the can, right, Tom?
Oh yeah. In fact, that was one of the movies that was going to be rumored to be pushed back, but I think they made the decision not to because one of the guys from IMAX was talking about Captain Marvel not getting any premium IMAX screens, but Dune was definitely getting them. Well, so that tells me that they've committed to it already. So yeah, I'm pretty sure. In fact, there was a second trailer that dropped last week that I didn't even know about until today that I sent to Andre. I'm like, we haven't seen this yet, have we? Because it had a bunch of stuff in it I hadn't seen yet. I'm like, oh man, it looked even better than the first trailer we got. So it's very similar, but it had some new stuff in it. It was like a UK or something like that trailer, but yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. I think Dune Part 2 may even be better than Part 1 now that things are kind of rolling on it, I'm excited. That's one of the few things I'm actually excited about, folks. And Gunstar 1, don't worry about it. No, it's going to happen. They've already wrapped.
That series that was supposed to go along with it, that's been up in the air for a while now. And I think they brought in some other new showrunner, like a third new showrunner now. I don't know if that's ever going to get off the ground. And that might it might be predicated on how well this movie does too, but we'll have to see. But yeah, as far as I know, Dune 2 is in the can, shot and done, and all that business. So
I think Dune's going to do great. That's my prediction. Take it
I
with a
hope
grain
so.
of salt.
I really do.
Angry Yeti TV. It's been a Dumentide for 3 months. Thank you, Angry One. Says, great news. My electrical woes may soon be resolved, and it doesn't look like it will require the whole house to be rewired. I also uploaded a few videos. Well, congratulations, Angry Yeti TV. That is some damn good news, sir. Congratulations. And Gunstar One, with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Gunstar One. Says, a musical version of Kurtzman Trek. Where's Alex's inspiration coming from? Cop rock? FML. Jesus, God.
Oh, wow.
We
That's
didn't
a
even-
black eye.
I saw the trailer for that. Oh my gosh, that looks.
For
so
those old enough
awful.
to remember the Cop Rock show. Oh my God.
that was bad. Yeah.
Crap rock.
Yeah, that was awful.
Nothing is. Look, there's no. I'm not going to even glance at the fucking musical episode of Suck New Worlds.
Cop
No.
Rock was one of those things in the history of life where you swear it was an SNL skit, and then you realize, oh no, that was a real thing.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
real. It happened to
It
me.
happened. It wasn't just a skit. Somebody just wasn't poking fun. It was real. And then now they're actually
God.
doing this with Star Trek. You're like, this ain't Buffy the Vampire Slayer, motherfucker. What are you doing?
Well, it's like the writers have got sunk so low that they look at, oh, Glee's popular. Let's make a Glee version of Star Trek.
10 years ago.
Yeah. And it started out as a fucking musical. It's not just being
Right,
retconned
right.
on there. And
Yeah,
Buffy the Vampire Slayer always was kind
you
of a
think this is?
campy property. It's
High
you know,
school
Buffy.
musical or what? Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Y'all? Like, no.
Star Trek ain't Buffy, you stupid fucks.
I mean, if
Jesus.
there was some kind of basis for it in the history of Star Trek, I could understand. But like, they never even ran into like a weird alien species that like all the way they talked was through musical or something like that.
No.
Because that would have been one of the worst Star Trek episodes ever. That's fucking why.
Well, we're gonna see that. I'm not going to, but some.
No,
poor
well, the
scat
reasoning.
will.
I'm curious to hear what the reasoning is behind them just breaking into fucking song on Star Trek. But yeah,
Yeah.
Carlos is right. We're living in the age where everything is an SNL skit, and that's why shows like Saturday Night Live cannot be funny anymore because they cannot possibly live up to reality. And this week I've
Right,
seen
because nobody gets the joke.
that
They think
Lizzo
it's real.
story. Like that's what I'm saying. Like that Lizzo story alone. I'm like, is this a Babylon B story? Is this fucking real? Are you shitting me?
Yep. Yep.
Dear God in heaven.
I don't even want to get into the logistics of that because I'm sure you guys, if you have already covered it, enough's enough. But yeah,
No. No.
no, you don't even want to get into it. I'm sure. So yeah,
Nope.
Cesario JPN, been a channel member of mine for 34 months and says Iger buys Lucasfilm for about $4 billion and KK allegedly squandered $4 billion in waste. I was bad at math in school, but even to me, that's bad math. Cesario JPN, that's bad math by anyone's accounting. It's just a shit show at the Disney company. It's a shit show.
It's even
overall.
more embarrassing that Sundance Entertainment got a $4 billion market valuation about 3 weeks ago with a $1 billion line of credit. Sundance, for God's sake, had a $4 billion. What does that make Lucasfilm worth right now? 500 million to 800 million on a good day?
Oh my God.
And there ain't any good days coming up in the future. That's the problem. Angry Yeti TV with $2 super chats in a row. Thank you, Angry Yeti TV, and poses a question. Hey, why don't Barbie and Ken have any kids? Because Ken came in a different box. Oh! Hail to Angry
yeah.
Yeti TV.
That's a good one.
Oh dear, oh dear. Thank you, Angry Yeti TV. Stephanie
because Ken found
Janisek.
a gem in gem, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. Stephanie Janisek, Smuggler's Cantina, has been a Dominion of mine for 7 months now. Thank you, Stephanie. Please subscribe to Stephanie's channel. And Stephanie Janisek, Smuggler's Cantina, says, saw Sound of Freedom. Heartbreaking, but fantastic. Yeah. I mean, that is the little film that will not die and just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And God bless them for telling their story. God bless them. Thank you, Stephanie. Scott V with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Scott V says, hail Doomcock and panel. Rumor is that Mando season 4 is coming in the form of a movie. Anything you or the panel has heard, live long and prosper. I haven't heard a damn thing about that. I heard that they were, working on it. But I think a movie would bomb spectacularly. I mean, let's face it, Disney Plus isn't doing gangbuster business, and most people don't watch Disney Plus. So you dump, season 4 of a Mandalorian story in theaters, most people are going to be, what's that?
Yeah.
I thought it was all supposed to culminate with that Heir of the Empire ripoff business.
Here's how the finance meetings go when they have new creative. They go something like, more or less, it's going to go something like this. Okay, guys, we got 2 options here. Okay, do we want to release it over on Disney Plus, where we're losing billions and aren't going to make any money there, and we're just going to put it there? Or do we release it in theaters where we're going to lose 100 or 200 million? What do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to lose money here or lose money over there? What do you guys want to do?
Mikey, according to Titania Maslany, Miss She-Hulk, there's billions of dollars being made on Disney Plus. They're not seeing.
Right. Sorry, I forgot.
You mean Lost? She just got it confused. It's not.
I'm gonna call Tanya, get her as the spokeswoman for Team Dang It Bob. You watch. I'm gonna reach out.
Dude,
I'm sure you guys saw her comments on that. Like,
insane.
we bring the money and the people to watch the shows that you don't do anything for.
Yeah.
Why are y'all making me stand up for motherfuckers like Bob Iger?
It's just a point of fact, okay? It's just a point of fact, Tashiana, that Disney Plus has lost money every single quarter. It has never been in the black. It has never made a profit, not once. So I don't know where she thinks that billions are being made at Disney Plus, but no, that ain't the case. That ain't the case. Disney would not be in the trouble they're in if it was a source of billions.
It's because these actors don't get it.
They don't know.
They see the amount of money being lavished on a production, right? Like, do you remember what's her face from Battlestar Galactica, who plays the Mandalorian chick on Mando now?
Yeah, Katie Sackhoff.
Katie Sackhoff, where she was talking about how the catering budget for one of these Star Wars shows is more than they got for their entire budget on Babylon 5 or Battlestar Galactica. I don't think she's kidding. Like, she's being a little facetious maybe, but she's probably not really kidding at the end of the day. And that's the side of it these actors see. They don't see the actual money that is, actually coming in or being spent and how it is being spent. They just think that oh, well, they're spending all this money on this production. They must be making the money somewhere. Right. It's like, no. And this is what they're starting to learn is that, yeah, they're spending $250, $300 million on some of these shows on Disney Plus. That's the same amount as a movie. A TV show shouldn't cost that much, right? Like, that's the whole point of a TV show is that you should be able to make 10 TV shows for $250 million.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Absolutely. Have good
that's
scripts.
The way the world used to be.
That's the key. Have good scripts.
Well, and Star Trek is a great example of how they used to amortize things, right? Like, they would take the shit they would use from the new Star Trek movies for the original crew, and they would use that stuff for TNG, and then turn, same thing, vice versa. They would make sure everything would get amortized over and over again, and that's how they kept the costs and the budgets down on all these shows. They don't understand that anymore and how to work these shows. It's ridiculous. And same thing with these movies. Why are you spending that much money on a movie like this? It makes no sense. Go watch something like Sound of Freedom, or even this new movie coming out from was it Gareth Edwards? I can't remember the name of it, but they only spent $80 million on this thing, and it looks amazing. And he did it because he shot it with like minimal crews and all this kind of stuff. It's like The Protector or The Creator or something like that. I keep forgetting the title of it because I hate it when they do that with like a one title word like that. The Creator, I think it's called, but or Creator or something like that. Yeah, but it looks really interesting as far as the special effects. It's like, how did they not spend that much money on this movie is beyond me. And they shot it with these really cheap Sony cameras. These like $6,000 cameras.
Doesn't matter. It's the content. It's the content that's king. Aaron Pipes, channel member of mine for 12 months, says, "Oh, admit the truth. It was all Gary's fault, getting his third cousin's fourth husband to work on everybody's computers." I don't have any comment on that. I don't know. Thank you, Aaron Pipes. It's great to see you here. Benjamin Loken with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Benjamin says, hello, Lord Doomcock and panel. I have some good news to report. 3 cast members at Walt Disney World commented on my hashtag Dang It Bob t-shirt. Wow. Really?
Really?
Is that true? Mexican
Yeah.
Iron Man. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
there's
That's cool.
hold on, I'll go get mine. I have there's officially Dang It Bob. I did it with WDW Pro. We got Dang It Bob merchandise over on his channel. But yeah,
That's wild.
shout out. Yeah, I'm gonna be wearing mine down to I'm gonna wear my shirt to Universal.
Well, that'll be fun. That's cool. Grimlock Destroys 85, been a Doomentite of mine for 35 months now, says, hail Doomcock, Doom Chat, and Doom Wrenches, and of course, esteemed panels. Hoping strikes allow studios to straighten out and deliver great shows again. Well, I think they're using it in that way, trying to purge woke projects they don't really want to do, force majeure type stuff. But we'll see. Grimlock Destroys 85. Knock wood, we may get lucky. Red Shirt Academy and Mortuary with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Red Shirt. Says, hail all. 1, saw Oppenheimer. 3-hour runtime, and I never felt it. 2, Babylon 5 complete series on Blu-ray December 5th, which I am thrilled about. 100% thrilled about. I wonder how they're handling the effects. Are they redoing the effects, or I don't know what they're... that would be a problem because they were really low res special effects back in the day. I don't know what it's going to be, but I am excited about it. Cardinal Sin gifted 10 Overlord DVD memberships to this channel. Thank you, Gil. Hail to Cardinal Sin, and God bless, buddy. Larry Bernard with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Larry. Says Haunted Mansion failed because it was a bad idea for a movie, casted poorly, and directed poorly, that was born from a lack of vision. It would have stunk in Halloween because it's bad. So
That is true. It would have done a little bit better during Halloween, but
well, it would have suckered people in a little easier,
exactly.
right?
Yeah. I think Tom Connor's got to get going, dude. We got to.
Tom, go ahead and plug whatever you'd like, my friend. Tom?
Yeah, sorry about that. I do have to run here. I got some other obligations I got to go to, but thank you for having me again. It's always fun to get to hang out with you guys. You can always find me on Midnight's Edge and Midnight's Edge After Dark.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate you coming, buddy. We appreciate
No problem.
you. See you next
Thank
time,
you.
buddy.
Take care,
Later,
guys.
Tom.
Love
Thanks,
y'all.
Tom. And we are also joined by Andy Masterson. Hey, Andy.
Hi guys. Is everybody
Good to see you,
feeling
buddy?
Barbie-licious?
I think we
am.
are. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit of Barbie, folks. It's time for our Barbie review. This is not a movie we love, so we can't run the movie we love segment. At least I don't know. Maybe some people did love it. Now, who here saw it, and who? Gary, I know you did. Andy, I know you did. Anyone else?
No,
Did Mike? Did Douglas? No.
nope, neither one for me.
Okay. Well, Gary, let's go ahead and start with you, my friend. What did you think about Barbie?
Well, I got to tell you, for the first 40 minutes, I laughed my ass off.
Really?
Yeah. Well, let's look at it this way. Let's say that you go into a movie theater and you're expecting a James Bond movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
And on the screen comes Austin Powers. Well, that's what you get if you're expecting a Barbie movie. You get the Austin Powers version of Barbie.
No
It's
shit.
not to be taken seriously. It is not a kid's film. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. It is not a kid's film. There's no fucking way it's a kid's film. Children should not be taken to this movie. I thought there was some funny stuff in this movie. I mean, I was choking. I was laughing so hard. The problem is the movie is so woke. It is so fucking woke that you can't take it seriously. And you start laughing at it. And then you start enjoying it. That's the weird thing about this movie. I think that's why it's making money. But when they get serious, or when they try to get serious, it gets even funnier because it's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking stupid, right? I mean, there's some funny shit in this movie. I'm not gonna bullshit y'all. There's some funny ass shit in this movie, and a lot of it has to do with Ryan Gosling because he totally stole the show for me. He's fucking hilarious in this movie. But the central message, they're trying to trick us with, like fool us in with comedy, and then they bait and switch you about past 40 minutes in the movie, and it is so fucking ramming down your fucking throat. The fucking patriarchy, we gotta stop them and all this shit. It is such garbage that you can't take it seriously. And the funny thing is that they're talking about all of this anti-patriarchy shit taking place in Barbie Land. Well, yeah, we don't give a fuck what happens in Barbie Land. Fuck Barbie Land. Who gives a shit? That's your fucking... Take it. We don't care. Really, you thought you were one-upping us by, trying to make it look, oh, yeah, Barbie Land is the real world. No, it isn't. You made a distinction between Barbie Land and the real world. It's the opposite. So, yeah, y'all can fucking have Barbie Land. Really, it totally goes against what it was trying to do. This whole speech by America Ferrara, Ugly Betty, that's funny too. This whole speech by her, I was laughing my ass off. I thought it was funny. I'm gonna let Andy get into that because I know he has a great point of view on that. I'm not gonna steal that away from him. But yeah, it's not a kids movie. There was some really funny shit in this movie. There's some really fucking hysterical shit. I think things that they didn't mean to be hysterical, you know what I mean? I think they meant it to be funny against us, but it was actually pretty funny for us. They don't really understand that concept. You know what I mean? When you try so hard to go in one direction, you end up forcing the audience into another direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I think this movie is making money. Because I got to tell you, I walked in, I'm like, fuck, this is going to be garbage. This is going to be shit. I was laughing my ass off for 40 minutes.
But then after the 40 minutes,
It was
did you
just...
start getting
I didn't get pissed because it was so fucking stupid. It was ridiculous. It couldn't even be taken seriously. Which in turn made it kind of funny. Really, the shit they were trying to cram down your throat. It was stupid. And they actually got so sentimental at one point that there's this scene where, are we spoiling? Can we spoil?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, anybody, just tune out for a sec.
Yeah, I won't get too into detail, but a couple little spoilers here. Barbie ends up meeting the creator of Barbie at the end of the movie. And they have this scene where they're in an all-white room, because we've never seen that before, right?
Right, of course.
There's this kind of existential thing where she's like, I think I want to be a real person, and they're having this fucking moment, and it gets all sentimental, and I'm chuckling my ass off. All these fucking people in the audience are wondering why the hell this, toxic male, dipshit, asshole white guy is laughing his ass off in the fucking front row, right? My poor wife's just totally embarrassed. But, I'm dying laughing because it was such garbage. But there's this, they actually took footage of, it looked like video camera footage of maybe crew members when they were kids playing with Barbie. That's how shitty and sentimental they got in this fucking piece of shit. That's how low they went. That's how far they tried to cram that fucking message down your throat. And it did the opposite. It did the opposite. I think that's why I think that's why it made money. I really do. I found it so fucking ridiculous. Even more ridiculous. I was enjoying it up until the point where they got stupid, and then I was laughing my ass off because of how fucking shitty it was. It was really bad. But there were some scenes where the Barbies and the Kens are interacting with each other, and I thought it was very clever in the very beginning of the movie because it sounds like dialogue of children that are playing with dolls. Here's Ken. He's like, "Oh, hey Barbie, what's up? Hi Ken, how are you? I'm good. I'm gonna beach today. I'm gonna beach so hard. Want to watch me? Yeah. Whoops, I broke my foot. Oh, that's okay. We can fix you, Ken. Woo! Here comes the hospital." And then the little hospital, motor van thing, the Barbie set with the little, it's got the table and the x-ray machine and everything on it, It was, I'm actually like, wow, this is, it seems like dialogue that is actually literally coming from children playing with dolls. Okay, I can see how that might be clever or something like that. I was laughing my fucking ass off when Ken goes to CAA, the actors agency, and he sees posters of what men are really like in the real world, how men dominate. That scene was fucking hilarious. There was a scene where they turned the Barbie dream house into a bunch of man caves. I thought that was fucking funny. I mean, they make fun of it later on, but really it didn't work on the level that they thought it did. You know what I mean? They think that we're so sappy and sentimental that we're gonna get pissed off at that kind of thing. We laugh at that shit. Why? Because we're guys. We're confident. We don't give a fuck. We don't care. They tried so hard to insult us that they just ended up embarrassing themselves. That's how I saw this movie. Yeah, it does suck though. It's really shitty. It's really fucking shitty. It's so shitty. I don't want to tell you to go see it because I don't want you to spend any money on it. But it's funny to watch because it's humorous. It really is. How far could you possibly go? Well, watch Barbie and you'll see.
Jesus, it sounds fucking awful. I mean,
it is. It is, but it did make me laugh because of how fucking stupid it was. I mean, maybe it's just me. I don't take anything seriously anymore. We're so far down the fucking rabbit hole with this woke shit that I don't have any expectations anymore. I fucking hate Star Wars. I hate Star Trek. I hate it all. So I don't know. Maybe I'm insane. Maybe my point of view is compromised. But man, this thing is so woke. It is so fucking woke. It's a joke.
But are they trying to go over the top with the wokeness, or
that's the thing?
Is it
they
satirical,
were doing,
or is it?
Dude, that's the thing.
Vicious pieces of shit.
The first 40 minutes were really funny. It was like a legitimate, balanced satire. And they were winning me at that point. I'm like, well, maybe this is pretty funny. And then they Barbie and Ken go into the real world. There was a really funny joke where, everybody in Barbie land, it's all politicians, presidents, doctors, lawyers. They're all Barbies, right? Ken is just a fucking surfer or a skateboarder. He's just an accessory. And which is funny. It's fine. And there's this funny scene where she's in the real world and she sees a Victoria's Secret billboard. And there's all these sexy models on the billboard, and she's like, "Oh, look, the Supreme Court." I laughed my fucking ass off. I thought that was fucking funny. And all these guys are catcalling her. They're like, "What's up, bimbo?" And she's like, "What? I'm a doctor lawyer type person." It's so funny. They didn't understand why they weren't being handed the respect that they were handed in Barbie Land. And I'm like, wow, this is really interesting because they're saying basically that their world is fucking imaginary and delusional. And here they are in the real world and they're getting fucking insulted by dudes and they're complaining about it. But it's a fact. It's real. And Ken's looking around. He's like, we fucking rule this world? Really? He's like, no fucking way. And he goes in, he's dressed like a cowboy. He's dressed like a fucking idiot. And he goes into CAA and he's talking to all these guys and the guys are like, I can't remember some of the dialogue, but it was pretty fucking funny. He's watching monitors of, dudes on horses, cowboys and shit. And he's like almost in tears because this is his world. This is his land. And he brings all that shit back with him to Barbie Land. And the Barbies come back. And the Kens fucking just took over all their Barbie dream houses. And they got like saloon doors. And they're fucking cracking open beers on the shit. And they're like, what's up? This is our dojo. Mojo Dojo fucking Casa House or whatever the fuck they called it. I was dying. I was fucking dying. But then, like I said, that 40-minute, 50-minute point, they shifted. And they went into this jam it down your fucking throat narrative. And it did the opposite for me. It did. It really. I was like, wow. They really thought that they could hook us with this, and then like literally, don't pull any punches. Just go for the throat at this point. Go for the jugular, and it didn't work at all. It completely backfired for me. I thought it was hysterical.
Because they had already destroyed the argument, I mean,
they completely
they come from a fantasy world. Yes, that's right. Yeah. That's a fantasy. You
exactly.
And then you come to the real world, and this is what it's really like.
We have years of ammo on them because of this movie.
Yeah.
Like how's everything doing in Barbie world?
Erroneous.
I mean, really, like how is everything going in Barbie Land? They're saying in the news right now, it's the biggest opening box office for a bonus hole. Great. Good for you. You know, I'm glad that your movie's number one in Barbie Land. We got ammo in them for years.
Yes.
It was really stupid. It totally backfired for me, which is why I thought it was hysterical. And probably it's the only reason why I can think that it's making money.
Yeah.
It was there was parts of it that were very funny.
It's
very,
a complete mystery to me.
It's totally it's mind blowing.
I don't
It's
get
totally
it.
One
weird.
question, one thing to throw out about this: don't first movies of franchises usually do fairly well? Like this is the first Barbie movie ever, right?
I guess I don't know where you go from this. They said everything they wanted to say in this fucking movie. I mean, I guess you could try to do something.
Well, there are
but-
reports that there's going to be some, a lot of other things coming from this cinematically. So we don't know where this is.
Well, definitely
go.
now. Yeah.
Who
And
knows?
whether the movie's good or bad or not, it's making a ton of money. And
Yeah.
so we got to remember that things like the Force Awakens and the Last Jedi made a ton of money in gross
Right.
box office, but we know what happened to those franchises.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing because you hear this a lot about people say, "Oh, this is woke trash," and they hate it and stuff. And then, I mean, and these are people who are easily anti-woke, and yet, and some were saying, "No, actually, it's the opposite. It's a parody of wokeness." And then Gary has given me what I suspect it's accidentally a parody of woke.
It's a parody. They tried to hook us in, but then when they shoved everything down their throat, like I was laughing when America Ferrera is giving her big heartfelt speech, and Andy will tell you why. I'm gonna leave that to him because he's got a great theory on that. That's all his. But I was laughing I'm the only one laughing in the theater because I'm not taking it seriously. I'm like, this is bullshit. This is really fucking stupid. So anyway, I'll pass it to the next guy.
Well, Andy, give us your counterpoint on this. What is your take on this fucking Barbie movie? Which completely, I'm stunned. I don't know what to fucking think.
Well, apparently there are people out there that had a great time with their action figures, and it represents a special time in their life. And they like that feeling that when they were young and had like action figures all around. I can't imagine people like this, but it starts off. Gary's right. It is very funny. It's very amusing. It's literally like he said. It's a little girl playing with her Barbies. And this is the exact dialogue you would get and all those things. And I remember seeing my daughter play with these things. And my daughter actually really liked the movie. She found it point, but she's 21 years old too. And like, it's kind of like looking back at an innocent time. And the satire part, like, what you have to realize is this is actually a part two. Part one of this movie is from the Netflix series, The Toys That Made Us, where it tells you all about the origin of Barbie, who started off as a porn doll in France, I believe, or one of those European countries. And it was this little fashion doll. And like the guys would go in with this doll and like tell the women what they wanted. And so somebody got a hold of this doll and she kind of reconfigured it into this dress up fashion doll that girls played with. So it's kind of disturbing that the two icons that girls have, the Barbie and Wonder Woman, both have some notorious beginnings that are a little bit risque.
Yes, unsavory, because the creator of Wonder Woman had a thing for bondage. And oddly enough, Wonder Woman kept getting in bondage and chains and had the wrist bracelets. And yeah.
Oh, darn. So Gary covered everything really great with the way this thing is up until that 40-minute mark. It's 2/3 of the way through. It's funny. It's like, and Ryan Gosling steals every scene he's in. I've never really been a big Ryan Gosling fan. Like, I really can't remember too many things I've seen him in, but damn, he glues you to the scene. He's got acting chops. He's got charisma. He's got this presence to him, and he's acting stupid because he's just this like Ken doll that has no self-awareness, because his whole purpose is to please Barbie. And he's learning that, wow, I could have an existence beyond this. So they wake up and they're in Barbie world, and all the Barbies have everything, and the Kens are like an afterthought. Everything revolves around the girls. And then they get into the real world because like she's having these feelings and she has to go find out the origin of them and find out what's happening with the girl that played her. Now, she gets in the real world, and the first thing happens is some guy slaps her ass. Because we see that all the time, right? Because, like, you know, that's, well, in their mind, they think it happens all the time,
Right.
but it doesn't. And which we'll go into, like, with America Ferrer's little speech. The funny thing is that Ken gets into this, into the real world, and he sees all these things, and he sees what the Barbies do. The Barbies just get these positions. So he goes in and he thinks like, well, I want this. I want to be a doctor. You can't be a doctor. You have to earn it. You have to go and earn these things. And this is a foreign concept because, like, what do you mean earn? Like, you know, and he doesn't understand that he has to go and earn these things. But the Barbies never have to earn anything. It's just automatically theirs. Mm-hmm. And so they go in and, you know, they have the whole thing where, you know, Barbie meets, you know, it turns out America Ferrera is the one that used to play with that Barbie, and she's trying to come up with new ideas for new and different Barbies. And she's thinking like, well, what about neurotic Barbie and all this? So it goes into this speech about how you have to be thin, but not too thin. And you can be like, you know, in charge, but not too in charge, and play all this. Like, here's the thing. That game that they're playing is mostly for women to other women. There's nobody that judges women worse than other women. Mm-hmm. Look, we're guys. We've all been to bars. We're not that picky. Like when it comes to girls, like, you know, we don't have like we're not all going for the hottest looking girl in the bar. We want to talk to some. In fact, most of the time, the hottest looking girl in the bar is a vapid headed idiot because everybody's like slobbering all over her whole life. So you can't even talk to her. I'd rather have somebody that's pretty, but I can have a little bit of fun with. All these things that she's complaining about is not so much pressure that men put on. And it also doesn't go into the fact that like all these, the men that have all these jobs and stuff like that, they all worked hard to get there, which is what they're conveying to Ken. You can't just walk into this and get it. So, of course, he goes back to Barbie Land where they have no idea of any of this. And that so they just take charge, like, because they never knew they could. Now they know they can, no pun intended, and they go in and take over. And now their solution, how to get Barbie Land back?
Uh-oh.
Andy, are you frozen up there?
Hello, Andy. Tune in Tokyo. Come in one time.
Uh-oh.
Now we'll never know how.
That's
So
what we have to talk about Barbie.
I know.
Oh, man. Leave
You
it
get Barbie back.
Oh wow,
He's been turned into an action
leave us all
figure.
in suspense.
He's been transported to Barbie Land.
Yeah.
He's Ken Masterson now.
Yeah, the Barbie Land censors are shutting him down.
Oh my God.
Well,
Power of
wow.
Barbie.
He has violated the Barbie code of omerta. And yep.
You don't put Barbie in a corner, Doomcock.
Yeah.
I guess not.
I got to tell you, I like I said, the only Barbie I ever had was bought in a 2-pack that was Ken was in a Captain Kirk outfit and Barbie was in a Lieutenant Uhura or Yeoman Rand outfit. And so, of course, the Star Trek tie-in, I had to get it.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, I left them next to one of my Captain Action figures. And sadly, when I came back in the room the next day, Captain Action was hitting on Barbie in Ken's Captain Kirk outfit, and Ken was sent to the garage in a bin, stripped naked except for his flesh-colored underwear that was molded on him.
Poor Ken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeoman Barbie got knocked up by Action Man, huh?
Well, they don't call him Captain Action for nothing.
I'm
Right?
afraid so.
Captain Action right now.
That's
honey.
right. Getting in that action there. All right. Well, while we're let's go ahead and get to some super chats here while we wait for Andy's return. All right. Let's get to some of these here. Liberalism is a mental disorder with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says Wednesdays truly suck without you guys. Glad y'all are back. Hail. Still tracking Harvey down to get him that child support order, by the way. Good luck, asshole. That containment field not only bars me from destroying your universe, but it also keeps you from serving me court papers. Yeah, see. He's no dummy, that Harvey.
We're sorry we were down for 2 weeks, guys. We will we're back, and we're back in full stride.
That's
now.
right.
Thanks for hanging in with us.
We got a great crowd tonight, and really hope y'all are having fun. Ken Rygard with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Ken says best haunted mansion is Muppets Haunted Mansion. Yeah, I've heard that. I've never seen that, but I know people tend to love that. And
wow, I disagree. I thought it was horrible. I turned it off. But
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, my favorite haunted mansion is the record, the old record.
The haunted, thrilling, chilling sounds of the haunted house.
There was one that had an actual story where they had a narrative. It was like an hour long or something.
Nice.
Or a half hour long. That's a great one.
That was spooky. It was spooky to listen to, that sound effect album. Larry Bernard with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Larry says they announced Secret Invasion like a year or two ago, but it was forgotten. It was so secret that nobody knew it was on and nobody watched it. And the people that did watch it wish that they hadn't. They wish that Disney had kept the secret so perfectly, but alas, they accidentally saw it. What can you do?
Yeah, I can confirm that. I really wish it was a secret to me too.
I understand.
God, was that awful.
Yeah, Douglas, I understand at the end that the Khaleesi became the bestest ever. And
yeah,
basically,
she is. She's practically God. She has every superpower you've ever seen in a Marvel movie. So that makes her God.
That's just right special, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really special. I'm glad I didn't see the damn thing. Really, nobody in our community was talking about it. Nobody asked me to review it. Nobody gave a shit. And that's what they're basing the Marvels on. That's what they're hoping would give the Marvels a big push in November or December or next year, or whenever the hell they're going to drop that thing like a turd in a litter box. I don't know.
Oddly enough, the Marvels will probably be better than Secret Invasion.
Well,
that's how bad it is. I mean,
yeah, but nobody's going to go.
No, it'll be a secret too. So
yeah. I would call the bomb squad for this one. I see it coming. Beetle Boy 8100 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Beetle Boy. Says Jennifer Connelly is a beautiful 10 out of 10. Yes, she is. And we'll be seeing some of her in our Rocketeer review coming up here in just a few minutes. We like to review movies that we love here on this channel. We don't like to just be negative, and the Rocketeer certainly qualifies. And JRC99US, who's been a Dominion of mine for 10 months now. Thank you, JRC. Says, Hail Xanadu. DMJU DC, my puke hard trailer. I will take a look at it, JRC99US. My life has been very complicated as of late, but I hope to get back in the groove again soon, my friend. Aaron Pipes with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Aaron says, what is Disney's loss numbers for the year so far? I have no idea. It's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, there's no way for us to tell, really.
Well,
we'll
tell you next Wednesday. That's for sure.
Yeah. Next Wednesday, we're going to have the investor call, and Bob's going to have to face the music. He's going to have to face the music yet again. Boy, in that interview on CNBC, he looks so fucking tired.
Dude, he looked beat up.
He did. Is it going to be like audio only, or are we going to get to see him again?
No, audio only.
Yeah. That'll be fun, man. That'll be fun.
Oh,
I'd really
be so good.
I want to listen to it as well. Redwood the Elf with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Red Wolf. Says, well, when Disney stock hits the penny stock range, maybe someone who knows how to make money will buy the company and bring back Walt's philosophy. Maybe. I just wonder how low it can go. I really do sometimes. Maybe. I guess we'll see, huh? Schmerg with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Schmerg says, this is strictly for Mexican Iron Man going off on the loss with Haunted Mansion. Stay angry. Thank you, Schmerg. Yes, that was rather amusing to listen to, wasn't it, Mike? I appreciated your take on that, sir.
Got to report back to Mickey.
Huh? Oh, I wish I hadn't heard. Yeah, poor Mickey. Sadly, he doesn't understand business very well. He should be on the Disney board. Ah, join the crowd. Then Goofy's on there and Pluto doesn't even speak English. That explains a
Wow.
lot. Grimlock Destroys 85 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Grimlock. Says, dang it, Bob. Also, eat your rabbit chicken. How are the rabbit chicken sales going?
Well,
Mexican Iron.
sales aren't going good because we had to deploy them to the center of the earth to provide reinforcements to break you out. So I sent in my tactical rabbit chicken force to help, quell the rebellion that was happening in your center of the earth last week.
Oh man, I appreciate that. That helped us a lot. Helped us out a lot. Rita Ibn Muhammad with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Rita. Says, Gary and Rancor watched all your skits. They are so well produced. I was laughing out loud uncontrollably, and I am that guy that never laughs. So well done, guys. You got a fan in Rita Ibn
Right.
Muhammad. He love your short films, folks. Great job. Ed Starr with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Ed. Says, hail Doomcock and a summer to remember. That's right. Disney's dismal summer. I don't think they've had a worse summer since what? The 70s? I don't know. How long has it been? It's just fucking awful. Which makes it very amusing. Larry Bernard with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Larry. Says, how much do you think A&E would be worth on the open market? Who could afford to buy it? I think Disney could sell that easy. Well, maybe, but I don't know how much they'd get for it these days. I really don't know. I guess Iger will explore it though. I mean, shit, he's digging through couch cushions. He's looking in the ashtray and the old VW he's got in his garage. He's looking anywhere for some spare change, bad checks, loose change, pound notes, anything. Give him some money. That's what he wants. Troy Neenan with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you. Troy says, nobody could have guessed that Barbie would be turned into a masochistic dare. Now we will have 50 of these hateful things. Well, I guess we'll see, man. I think this is like a one-trick pony. I think that the over-the-top wokeness kind of tickled Gary, but I don't think that would work again. I don't know. We'll see. Only the future is not ours to see. Que sera, sera, as they say. Med Mutt with an incredibly generous $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Med Mutt. You are a producer on tonight's Pop Culture Breakdown. And Med Mutt says, good evening, everyone. Possible $4 billion loss for the Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel. KK must like her contract clause. Doing break-in/escape room for vacation. From Arkansas to California and back. Would you like me to check out Yoda Fountain if it's a cesspool? LOL. Yes. Any reports that you can send me from behind the magic curtain, Med Mutt, would be most appreciated, sir. But yes, you are a producer on tonight's Pop Culture Breakdown. We appreciate your generous support of the show, sir. I hope you have a great break-in escape room time. And if you see anything bizarre in California, please let us know. I really would appreciate the update, sir. Hope you make it back, unlike the Bothan spies. Victor Haight with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Victor. Says Disney was a powerhouse with great movies, but now they face challenges. Interference and lack of creative freedom might be hindering their success. Yeah, it's possible. I think wokeness is one of the worst things that's happened to these dumb bastards. But it looks like maybe out of desperation, they're finally trying to right this shit, Victor. And I guess we'll have to wait and see how effective Iger is or is not. We'll just have to see. And echoes of the ancients. With a $10 super sticker of Bushiba presenting a heart. Thank you so much, Echoes of the Ancients. It was great to have you at the Patreon gathering the other day, and it was nice to see you again. And thank you for popping in with us tonight. And Beetle Boy 8100 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Beetle Boy. This Disney has to have taken inspiration from Mel Brooks, the producers. They probably scammed many investors by making many flops. You think it's possible, huh? You think it's deliberate? Well, it might well be, folks. It might well be. That is at least a distinct possibility, we got to say.
Yeah.
And Lone Wolf 79 with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Lone Wolf. Says, hey, DC, I got into an argument with my niece when she told me that Barbie is an accurate representation of society. Then really pissed me off when she told me I have it easy because I'm a guy. Gary, your thoughts on that? Is Barbie an accurate representation of society?
I think it's absolutely an accurate representation of society in that if you reverse the roles around, it's absolutely accurate because the Kens had no idea what they were doing. And all of a sudden they had a whole influx of power and they were totally, running rampant with it. They had no responsibility whatsoever. And the Barbies had to go in, infiltrate that situation and fix it. So yeah, if you reverse those roles, it's totally accurate.
Good God in heaven. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Lone Wolf 79, your niece. The younger generation. What the hell is going on with these people? I don't know.
I think we have Andy back now.
Oh, do we?
Mm-hmm.
Well, hail to Andy Masterson. What the hell happened to you, Andy? We were afraid that you got Barbie-ized.
Comcast strikes again. I think somebody at Barbie works at Comcast.
Probably.
Well,
they don't
there
like
you go. Holy shit. Bloody hell. Well, I'm sorry, man. But welcome back. We're glad you survived. And
I'm sorry. The only other thing that I wanted to say about Barbie was that like there are some people going out there defending this, like that it is satire and stuff like that. But that would be one thing if we didn't know that the director is a true believer in all this, and because of that, she would not be able to parody this in that manner.
So you think that the idiot that made this was actually sincere in the viewpoint? It was not being funny.
Oh yeah, she just didn't realize that she was so stupid. It comes across as satire. It's like and that idea that it's kind of funny. It's like that women think men have it so easy, and we've seen all this where they've come for all the male properties and they feminized it and made the MCU, the MCU, and they made Star Wars like the Force is female, and they took all this stuff from men, so you're not allowed to have anything. Oh, but don't touch our Barbie thing. And inadvertently, they went and showed you exactly what Gary said, that it's like, no, that men do this stuff because they like it. And men want to help women. They want to explain things to women. They want to, be good guys. And they kind of look at, like mansplaining and all this happy horse shit. Like, look, a guy's just trying to, like, a man wants to be respected. He wants to be competent. He wants to be able. And we work at this thing, and you don't realize, women don't realize how tough men have it. Like we go through a ringer when we're growing up. Like, we have to slug it out. We have to everything is a challenge to us. Where there's always this subcontext underneath everything we do, where there's competition with everything, and they look at like men have it so easy. Really, like. What this really illustrates is that men and women still do not understand each other a bit, and we cannot. This kind of like throws the whole Bud Light scenario out the window, because men can't understand women and women can't understand men, and they never really will, I don't think. But this movie really illustrates that pretty well.
Andy, one of the biggest points you made to me over the phone was, the whole speech by America Ferrara was, men feel the exact same way, only we're not allowed to express it.
Yes.
Like she does in the movie.
Yeah.
So we have it just as bad. And they don't realize that this only comes from their point of view, from what they see. It's not a mutual thing. They're not even bothering to try to figure out what our point of view is. We're just their accessory. Right.
And worse, they want us to listen to them because they have to get across how they feel.
Yes.
But the second we say how we feel, now we're being weak and unmanly.
Yes.
Andy, you sound very unmanly and weak right now. I just want to let you know that.
I need to drink more, Mike. I need to drink more. That's all.
Crack open a Bud Light, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. Lay off the Bud Light, dude. That's the problem right there. Oh, dear.
Lord.
Oh,
Lord.
dear God. All right. Well, We will get back. We will read all the super chats, but let's go ahead and get to the movies we love. I think it's about that time, don't you think?
Yeah.
The movie that we're going to talk about tonight is The Rocketeer. Now, this is one of my favorite superhero movies. This is one of the first ones, the early ones, and it's a great film. I wish that it had more actual Rocketeer action in it. I think that's the main criticism I would have. Like actually, with Cliff Secord, full, kitted up with his helmet on, flying around and doing cool shit. But beyond that, the story is great. It's really set in old Hollywood. You've basically got, the old Errol Flynn kind of setup. You've got, Yahtzee saboteurs. You've got a stolen experimental jetpack. And, Alan Arkin makes a helmet out of an old Art Deco-y radio for Cliff to serve as a rudder to steer. You've got Howard Hughes. You've got, that crazy fucker with what was that? What was his Meloni? He has like some kind of disease, that really distorted face that actually agglomania. I forget what it was called. And of course Jennifer Connelly is in it. This is a great film. This is a wonderful film, and the score to it was so good that for many years they would use the music from this soundtrack for trailers that didn't have the completed music. So I am crazy about this movie. One of my most prized possessions is I was on a trip out to Los Angeles, like in the, a little after this movie was released. And in those days, when you would go to like thrift shops and used stores and stuff, you could find all sorts of like movie props and weird little odds and ends from movies that are just sitting on shelves just out there. And I found a Rocketeer helmet on a top shelf in a weird little like vintage store. It had a hole in it and it was unpainted. It had kind of a mismatched kind of crack going down the seam, and the tip of the helmet was off. But I knew at that point that was from the mold. That was actually a real Rocketeer helmet. And, I grabbed it and, paid, $20 or something for it. They didn't know that they really had something there. And I still own that helmet. I love this film. And I'm going to turn this over to Gary Ambrosia to share a few notes. And of course, Rancor Steve is also a great lover and expert of this movie. Gary, go ahead and share a little bit of your knowledge with us on this.
Well, first off, I actually want to point this out. I didn't think about this. Oh, by the way, Mike had to run, guys, but he wanted to say he loves y'all. Check out Midnight's Edge and check out the show every Wednesday night. He loves y'all, and lay off the window jokes. It's old. We'll come up with something new. Anyway, so I wanted to point this out. I don't know if you remember, Doom, but you and I became friends over your Rocketeer helmet.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, because a long time ago, I think it was on Twitter or something like that, I saw that Doomcock had posted a picture of his helmet. And I had been around the original helmet at the Disney studios, and I sent him an email saying, hey, I think that's the real thing. And he's like, really? You think so? Yeah, absolutely. And I ended up sending him a picture. We started a correspondence. That's how Doomcock and I became friends. I thought that was very interesting. I didn't even remember that until just now, until you mentioned it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, I knew it. I suspected strongly it had to be because this thing was too crude. Like it wasn't crude, but it was obviously damaged. It was a prototype, or it was
they did a
test
safety
cast.
pull. It was probably a stunt helmet for when he was flying around.
Maybe,
you know,
yeah.
had a seam on it or something. They probably did a safety pull off of the master helmet they did so that they, you know, if anything happened to that, they would at least have something to, you know, or they did
Yeah.
a rubber one or something, you know, for the stunt guy.
Mhm.
But yeah, let's get to the notes here. Okay. The Rocketeer. Based on the 1982 comic book of the same name created by Dave Stevens and brought to cinematic life by the great art director, now turned movie director, Joe Johnston. A former artist at the Hanna-Barbera studios during the 1970s, Dave Stevens was invited to the set of a sci-fi space adventure being filmed in 1976 and directed by the man who gave us American Graffiti, George Lucas, and titled Star Wars. It was during this set visit that Stevens met one of the designers for the movie, Joe Johnston. After their initial meeting and after the sequel to Star Wars was released in 1980, Stevens was hired on as a storyboard artist on the next big production from Lucasfilm called Raiders of the Lost Ark. The following year, the second issue of Star Slayer by Mike Grell gave us the first published story of Dave Stevens, the Rocketeer. Stevens claims that his primary inspiration for the character was Commando Cody in Radar Men from the Moon, a Saturday matinee adventure series produced in 1952 starring George Wallace. After its initial release through Pacific Comics, the company closed down and the conclusion of The Rocketeer had not been released. 4 out of 5 chapters were available to the public. Stevens sold the film rights in 1983 to Steve Miner, producer and director of the Friday the 13th sequels. 1 year later, Marvel began pursuing a lawsuit against Stevens over the use of the name Rocketeer, as in Daredevil number 131, released in 1975, a gang of villains called the Rocketeers made their first appearance and had a similar look and design to the now iconic Stevens character. After moving on from Steve Miner's attempts to make a Rocketeer movie, Stevens teamed with Danny Milson and Paul DeMaio to relaunch their bid to produce a big screen version of his character. After being rejected by every major studio, it was the Walt Disney Company that finally agreed to distribute the film and ultimately got Marvel to lay off their lawsuit.
Nice.
The film was in a bit of production limbo for several years, as comic book movie adaptations were few and far between, what with the winding down of the Superman film series in 1987. It was the massive success of Tim Burton's Batman in 1989 and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in 1990 that fired up Disney to give the Rocketeer the green light. Dennis Quaid, Kevin Costner, Matthew Modine, Emilio Estevez, Johnny Depp, and even Bill Paxton, among others, were wanted for the title role by Disney execs. However, Stevens and Johnson opted for a relatively unknown actor to play the part of Cliff Secord. Bill Campbell was chosen and is also known for his work on Dynasty and Star Trek: The Next Generation. Campbell also appears in Coppola's 1992 version of Dracula.
Yeah, Campbell was perfect.
He's great
for the role.
He's great.
And I mean, I don't know if you've read the comic. I have. I've got many different printings of it. I'm kind of obsessed with it, but he looks exactly like Cliff Secord in the comic. A perfect tone, perfect gee whiz, kind of Boy Scout, just a swell guy. Fucking amazing.
That's great. The character of Betty, which was directly inspired by the pinup icon Betty Page, was altered to make the film more family friendly and to avoid paying Page royalties.
Yeah.
She was modified into Jenny, played by the sex bomb megastar Jennifer Connelly. Oh my God, is this woman hot. Known for her earlier work in Dario Argento's Phenomena. And the Henson Lucasfilm Monty Python production Labyrinth. Also slightly modified was the creator of the X3 prototype jetpack. In Stevens' original story, he indicated that it was Doc Savage who invented the sought-after piece of technology. Again, to avoid rights issues, the story was changed to having the jetpack as being stolen from the aviator himself, right there, Howard Hughes, played by Terry O'Quinn in the film.
Yeah, man. He was good in that role.
I thought he was
Everyone in
great.
this was great. Alan Arkin was fabulous.
So good. Yeah,
Uh,
the casting's absolutely perfect.
100%.
Speaking of casting, originally written for Joe Pesci, the role of Valentine went to Paul Sorvino after Pesci turned down the role. Timothy Dalton plays Neville Sinclair, a role that was intended for Jeremy Irons, who also turned down the role. The
Wow.
role of Peavy was offered to Lloyd Bridges. However, it was played by the amazing Alan Arkin after he as well turned down the role. Interesting. That would have been weird.
Yeah,
know?
it would have been. I'm glad all the casting choices worked out like
they were
did.
perfect. They're absolutely perfect. It's great. This is very interesting. I did not know this one. The South Seas Club singer is played by Melora Hardin, who also performs her own songs and is best known for her role as Jan Levinson in the hugely successful, long-running USA version of the series The Office.
Oh, no shit.
I didn't
I never
know that.
watched it. I never watched the
Oh,
US
yeah.
version. I love the British version, but I didn't bother with the American
I watched
version.
the US version. That was a huge show, and that was her. I had no idea that was her.
I'll be damned. She's a beautiful singer. And,
oh God, she's so good looking.
I know, man.
Really, really great. Sexy, beautiful woman. Disney originally wanted major aspects of the
Look at that.
Rocketeer to be redesigned, such as the helmet, which they felt needed a more NASA-like feel to it.
Fucking idiot.
Johnston and Stevens stood their ground on a hard no to this request, and Johnston even stated that without the original helmet and character design, he would not make the film. There
Good
you go,
for
right
him.
there. Well, you were talking about how, Bill Campbell was the perfect casting for this guy. Again, it's all about the choice, the look, the design, the feel. Johnston really cares about that. And because he stuck to that, that's why this movie is such a success. Look at,
Can you,
there's
Andy,
your cover right there.
Yeah, back up that one. That shot. That's exactly the gun that Cliff
Yep.
uses in the comic. Just the lines on that helmet are absolutely gorgeous.
perfect.
Now, the inspiration actually for the Rocketeer was Commando Cody, Sky Marshal of the Universe.
Mm-hmm.
And I swear to God, to this day, I love Commander Cody, the Rocket Man.
Yes.
Gary, you've seen that serial, right?
Yeah, you know a company by the name of Monsters in Motion, right?
Yeah.
The model company.
Yeah.
Well, I used to live around the corner from them in Anaheim. And one night I saw an advertisement. They were showing a screening at a local theater of the Commando Cody serials, and George Wallace was there.
Nice.
So
Good
I went
man.
there, and that was fucking cool. That was really cool. I got to shake his hand and meet him. I was really excited. I'm not a starstruck guy, but Commando Cody was badass. I loved all the Adventure War serials of the 30s, 40s, 50s, and I knew that was a major inspiration for this movie, and it was super cool meeting that guy.
And I gotta say that the flying sequences in Rocket Man, Commander Cody, Sky Marshal of the Universe are some of the best flying sequences I've ever seen in my life. For the
They're great.
love of God, I could not figure out how the fuck they did it, because they're showing a
1952.
guy flying like along the hills in California, like in the canyons and shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how the fuck did they do that? Because there's no way that it's a model. There's no way that it's like, any kind of animation or anything. This guy's flying along the fucking, terrain of California.
Yeah.
And only years later did I read in a magazine that what they did is they actually had a mannequin that was wearing the costume, and they put like straps on him and flew him with a fucking helicopter.
Yeah.
And it looked 100% real.
Yes. Well,
And
it was essentially.
It was, but
It
it's
pretty
like,
much is, yeah.
Jesus Christ. It blew my mind how cool that was. And
Yeah.
so I love, and I love Rocket Man. Commander Cody, his helmet was basically like the Rocketeers, but it was shaped like a bullet. Didn't have a fin on it. The backpack almost identical. You know, a little chest control box that, you know, you could do the dials. Just
Right.
fucking amazing.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm sorry to rant about that, but oh
That's
my
okay.
God, I love Sky Marshal of the Universe. If you haven't checked out, you know, Commander Cody, I'll look up the actual name of the series. Radar Men on the Moon. I think
Radar
it was
Men
called.
from the Moon is
Right.
the name of the
Yeah.
episode.
But
or
there was
something like
another,
that.
it wasn't just one. I think it was in a couple.
Yes.
Am I
there
wrong?
There were 12 episodes, I think.
No. But I mean, I think there was another serial with him, unless they repackaged it. I don't know.
Possibly, I don't know, but I know that it was a 12 episode series that they did.
You guys owe it to yourselves to watch it because it's
Yes.
fucking amazing. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, guys.
So Industrial Light and Magic handled the optical and visual effects for the film, which, although were spectacular in their own right, took up a massive percentage of the budget. Spectacular miniature effects included a stop-motion Rocketeer puppet, a 16-foot high by 20-foot wide miniature Orange Grove model suspended vertically for the shot of Cliff falling from the sky, a massive reproduction of the Hollywood sign with Neville Sinclair crashing into the famous section of the land portion of the sign, which I love when they do that. I love when they give us a reason as to why the word land disappeared from the Hollywood sign.
And that's true. It was called Hollywood Land in the old days.
I love how they did it in 1941. You know, Sergeant Kelso shoots down the LAND, you know, and it falls over. There's a whole bunch of comedic ways that they do it in the in a bunch of different movies. But I really like when they do that. And I thought it was cool that they threw Neville Sinclair right into the LAND. I think that's
brilliant.
great.
It was so fun.
It's very, very cool. Let's see. And multiple scales of a giant Zeppelin, the largest of which was over 25 feet in length and was constructed out of thousands of pieces of miniature truss. Creature effects master Rick Baker, known for his work on American Werewolf in London, as well as many other massive hits, created the prosthetic effects for the character of Lothar, that guy right there, Neville's henchman. The makeup was based on real-life journalist turned character Rondo Hatton.
Right.
Who, after being exposed to mustard gas in World War I, experienced the horrifying effects of acromegaly.
That's what it was.
Which
I was
is
trying to come up with it.
Which is the continued growth of the forehead, jaw, and nose. So even though this was a prosthetic created by Rick Baker, it was based on an actual character actor who used to be a journalist, was affected by the mustard gas in World War I, and then because of his defect on his face, became like a character actor as a villain or a monster in a whole bunch of those old action serial type movies.
Right. He kind of, you know, took lemons and made lemonade, you know?
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah. Kind of like Robert Zadar. I think, you know, the guy with the big face that was a Maniac Cop and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. I
Same
mean, it's
kind
a
of thing.
kind of Ed Wood level, you know, exploitation kind of stuff. But I mean, he's famous, you know.
Well,
I mean, he's
but
right up there with Thor Johnson and Bela Lugosi.
Right. I had no idea they based this makeup on that real guy because of the time period and everything.
100%.
It really, the attention to detail in this movie is so overlooked.
Yeah.
And this movie did not get the credit that it really, really deserves.
No, it didn't. And I think the reason is because it's really heavy on story. It's heavy on these kinds of like tie-ins to historical facts like Hollywood Land and you know,
Right.
Rondo Hatton, that you know, film aficionados ate up and loved.
Yeah.
But you know, there wasn't a lot of action. There wasn't enough action, in my opinion, with the Rocketeer flying. Now, probably because, you know, the flying stuff was expensive and shit.
Possibly,
you know.
but yeah, we could have used a little more Rocketeer in this movie, but you know, the
I'm
movie
not criticizing
was
it. I'm just trying to explain why.
I
think,
understand.
you know.
Well, you know that they were about 25 million, and they were having trouble shooting this movie, and Disney was so impressed with the footage that they had shot, they threw him another $10 million to complete this film.
Good. Back in the days when Disney was sane and a for-profit company that cared about actually making audiences happy.
Yeah,
Nostalgia.
definitely this.
Yeah.
An incredibly exciting and energetic score by the genius James Horner.
Yes.
Similar in pace and style of his previous work on Star Trek the Star Trek motion pictures, Aliens, Willow, and Krull. The score is perfect in every way. A complete version was released on a 2-disc set in 2020 by Entrada Records. If you don't have this and you love this movie, oh my God, get that CD set.
Shit, I don't have it. I didn't know it existed.
I'll send it to you. I already sent it to you, but I'll send it to you again.
No, dude, no way.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I just got it. I sent it to Steve because Steve was just doing backflips over that. Okay, so my final note, and I'll turn it over to Steve-O. Despite a massive merchandising campaign launched by the Mouse, including toys, video games, clothing, posters, lunchboxes, and even bubblegum, the film settled at number 4 for its opening weekend. Its initial $35 million budget was warranted. It warranted just under $50 million at the box office, which disappointed the Mouse enough to shelve any attempts at a proper sequel, for which Campbell and Connolly were contracted. Apparently, they were contracted for 2 more movies. They were going to try to do 3 of these things. And it didn't happen, which was sad. But this movie, I saw this movie late in my life. This movie came out in 91. I was 11, so I was into other things. It passed me up. But I always kind of saw it as, well, it's kind of a knockoff of Indiana Jones. But you know what? This movie, every time I watch this movie, it just gets better and better for me because it's just such a badass, cool movie. To me, it fits right in with Indiana Jones. This could be in the Indiana Jones universe. You know what I mean? It really does fit in that genre. It's got that feel, and it's such a great movie. The art, the attention to detail, the cinematography, it's from a true artist, which is Joe Johnston, and Dave Stevens was. They're fucking geniuses, man. This is back when geniuses ran the show.
Yeah.
This is back when artists were allowed to make art, and hail to this movie.
I absolutely, and I'm looking forward to hearing what Rancor Steve has to say about this because he is an expert and loves this movie as much as we do, if not more. But I would just like to say that regarding the James Horner score, there are 2 scores that I think are just so quintessentially perfect in terms of Americana, in terms of making you have your heart go up in your throat when you hear it, because it just evokes America of a purer and more patriotic and beautiful time. The Rocketeer and The Natural, a score by Randy Newman that just will bring a tear to your eye just listening to it, as it suggests the plains of Iowa, the golden weed, as a kid with a baseball glove and a ball, like, finds the genius of the greatest sport, of the country. The end of this movie, where Howard Hughes, and Cleve Secord have this little moment when he says, "Can you tell me what it felt like to strap that thing to your back and fly like a bat out of hell? Was that what did it feel like?" And Cliff says, "It's the closest thing that you'll get to heaven." And then he looks over at Betty, who's smiling at him in the beautiful golden sunlight. And he says, "Well, maybe the second closest thing." And then the kids are flying around with a Rocketeer. I mean, I'm getting choked up, man. Just like, it's so, I'm hearing that theme in my head. And it's just, I wish that this country was like that still.
It can be. It will be again.
I don't think so, man.
Yes, it will.
But I gotta say, it's one of the most beautiful scores I've ever heard in my life. And The Natural is the same way. This movie is a special thing. If you're looking at it for like a thrill, a moment, you'll be disappointed. If you're looking at it as something that is a beautiful, lyrical tip of the hat to America of a bygone day, a more idealistic America, this is the movie for you. And I envy you getting to see it, because it's something really special. So I'll turn it over to Ranker Steve here.
Yeah, this is a pride and joy of mine. There's a few interesting facts that I was trying to find facts on this movie. There's no behind the scenes. There's nothing. Like, just it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack to find interesting things. Before James Horner passed away in 2015, he would later call the Rocketeer one of the most stressful but enjoyable jobs of his career. This soundtrack, the score was actually rushed really quickly to make, and I didn't know, and it doesn't sound like it at all. It's a very beautiful score. The art department had to do essentially no research at all, which it's literally straight from the comics. So I thought that was pretty cool. Cliff's opening plane was one of the fastest in the world, and I guess that's the plane in the actual opening scene is legit. Used to be the fastest one back in the day in the 1930s. I thought that was kind of actually cool. This is an interesting one. This is what I think would have made a Rocketeer 2 movie. There's a stunt rocket pack that was built for a stunt sequence for the airfield scene for the introduction of the Rocketeer, and where they have the Rocketeer strapped to the wing of a plane with a rod going through the pack to hold him down to the plane. That's all they're going to hold him down to. And it was going to be a stunt sequence, him just flying on the plane, the camera, they're going to build the camera right on the wing in front of him, so you get a POV shot of it. They had this all down. Disney felt it would cost too much and wasn't needed. That was a waste of time for them to say no. Okay, cool. Another interesting thing is Disney invented the shaky cam, which I did not know. I thought that was much later on in the 2000s, just for the movie, then ended up not using it because of the Zeppelin. They wanted to get a shot for the Zeppelin, but it didn't look too real, and it ended up scrapping the idea. And later, other people in studios would utilize the shaky cam thing. And I thought that was kind of an interesting thing. I just found that interesting fact probably about 30 minutes ago. The list of films I enjoy watching is endless, but a film I fell in love with is something that comes once. This is a movie that I have probably seen over 1,000 times. As a kid, I would watch it. This was my Iron Man. There's no other perfect comic book movie that comes close to this. Maybe Batman, maybe, but that's just my opinion. James Horner is probably, in my opinion, the perfect composer to do this movie, and probably is the greatest composer, because the way he constructs each movie he does is a lot different. He'll always hint at what his next project's going to be in one score, and then you kind of you get the Titanic notes here and there in a film that he does before another film. And he always makes every song different. It's its own character. And I can listen to the score any moment. I have it as I have the opening theme song as my alarm clock song. And it's there. He makes everything a character, and that's what I love about it. He helps bring what the Rocketeer is. Having Joe Johnston direct this film was perfect. There was no other director that could do this film better than him. His background with designing Boba Fett, the Millennium Falcon, and his background of filmmaking was perfect for this movie. It was awesome. And him standing his ground.
Created Boba Fett too.
It's him standing his ground against Disney, but like, no, we're going to do it this way. It was, it was perfectly casted. It was Jennifer Connelly. My first crush. Oof. And my only crush. Oh my God.
Remember Career Opportunities when she's riding that little 25-cent horse?
Oh my God.
Oh God. Sorry, guys.
But I gotta say, I love Betty Page. I'm like obsessed with. I mean, I've got tons of expensive books featuring her camera club stuff, where like she would pose naked for like camera clubs, where basically, you know, a Joe like you or me could, you know, pay a fee and go take pictures of her. And man, she is a goddess.
Mm.
Who needs
Holy
to eat?
shit. Eddie Page, my God, she
Mhm.
was something. Anyway, go ahead,
The-
Steve. Sorry.
My favorite lines in these movies are bar none the best. My favorite line in the film is when Peavy walks up to Secord in the pond, right when he crashes, right after the airfield event, and he crashes into the pond. My favorite, I would, as a kid, I would say this, just perfect timing. And he would take Secord would take the helmet off, and he goes like, "I like it." For some reason, it made you. He was a kid again, a kid who dreamed of flying, and that was it. And then one of the things that Gary and I always, the line that we always bring up is, "How do I look? You look like a hood ornament." It's true. He does look. It's. I never.
But you got to
got
do it in
that
the Alan
dog.
Arkin accent, you know.
You look
Like
like
a
a
You
hood
look
hood
like a hood ornament.
You know, I read National Geographic all the time. I never seen anything like that. No. Doom, you know that
And-
one, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then the
yeah.
other,
Hey,
like,
unfortunately,
line-
you know, Jose of death, you know, the holy gregors of death, the in-laws. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Steve. Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's or the line where Secord tells Peavy, "You haven't dated since 1932," and he's like, "Oh, I forget what her name is." He's like, "You wouldn't have to date anyone else after her." And I just, it was a father-son experience. It was, there's nothing that can come close to this movie. The music, it's a shame that we'll never get a sequel. I know they tried to make a sequel. They mentioned it and they stopped it because the fans were like, "Are you kidding me? Don't do this. Like, you're going to ruin this whole entire experience of what it is." And
Steve, you know they did a show, right?
yeah, the
I didn't
animated
know
one?
this until today. I was doing research. They did some granddaughter of the Rocketeer thing.
Yeah, it didn't get well received at all.
No, it didn't, and it went away. Yeah.
You have the cast still, some of them, and you can do a second one. But to be honest, at this point, don't do anymore. This
Nah.
is such a cherished thing. One of the memories I have is when I would go to Gainesville, Florida, visiting friends there, and they would have VHS. They ended up getting 2 of these because I watched the movie so many times they would wear the tape out on it. There was nothing. I was just stuck in the room watching these movies. I had it so memorized, and so it's a childhood memory that I love. It's the only thing I can remember growing up as a kid. And one of the other things is, and I posted the picture on Twitter. I went camping. I think it was in Georgia. My dad even took 2 Quaker oatmeal tubes, duct taped them together to make it look like the Rocket Pack. And then I had duct tape little straps, and I would run around like I was the Rocket Pack. I felt like the kid at the end of the movie. He was like, "I'm the Rocketeer," and they're just flying. And if anyone hasn't seen this movie, and I know it's a rare type movie, but go watch it. It makes you feel like a kid, and it's something that it's such an innocent film that Disney made. It's a fantastic one, and I have the Rocketeer helmet, and I'll put it on sometimes. When I got it for Christmas, I put it on, and man, I had the biggest smile. I was in tears. It really brought me back to what made me love about film. And
Where'd you get that helmet, buddy?
You.
Yeah, that's right, motherfucker.
Yeah,
You better recognize.
yes.
You better recognize, motherfucker.
Yeah. So I got I'm not gonna pull it out because it's such in bad condition, but it was all 5 of the original comic books of the Rocketeer.
Yeah.
And then Gary got me this, where it was the Rocketeer one. I think it's the first one, the first edition. And I framed it. I was like, I'm never taking it out of the bag. I'm never gonna read it. I'm just gonna frame it.
Yeah, I've got those,
was-
and I also have the collection of it. signed by Dave Stevens, and he drew a Rocketeer helmet on it.
That
at
is
a
so
convention
cool,
for
man.
me.
That's awesome.
That is so cool because he's
So-
gone now. He's
Yep.
gone now.
He
Yeah.
like said, well, all I can really draw for you quick is a Rocketeer helmet. He
That is so
he
cool.
couldn't do, he was a great artist, but he took his time, but he could do the Rocketeer helmet in profile, and it meant a lot to me. Dave Stevens was really cool, nice guy.
He's one of my favorite comic book artists.
Oh God, he was incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, Eclipse was lucky to get him and take a chance on him. I just wish that he had been able to crank out a lot more. But I mean, he was like one of these guys like Barry Windsor Smith, who his run on Conan was legendary, but he was extremely slow. He
I
actually
know
had to- Go ahead.
What were you gonna say?
I was just going to say there was even one issue of Conan that they had to actually release just the scanned pencils that Barry Windsor Smith had done, like without inking them, because he was so fucking slow. So it's just one of those damn things that, you can have quality, you can have quantity, and sometimes you can have both, like with Jack Kirby, but unfortunately Dave Stevens and Barry Windsor Smith were, a little slow.
Dave Stevens was a total triumph of the independent comic industry too.
110%. He
really
crafted a legend, and
Yeah.
God, I wish there was more. I know that Douglas has got to go in 15 minutes, so I want to be sure and give him a chance to say what he wants to say. But Steve, I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I was just gonna end off on this. They just came out with, I think, 3 comics. People who worked close with him. They came out with 3 Rocketeer comics that came out, I think, last year. You can get them digital, or you can actually buy them. And people that I know that read them, they say it's amazing. It's like he actually came back from the dead and just wrote more comics, or they found these hidden treasures. So I'm definitely gonna get them. They're really hard to find because they're just selling out quick. I don't want to get the digital. I'd rather just get the
Sure.
actual paper.
Yeah.
But yeah, go check out the comic books. They're amazing.
Last year
fun
was
with
the
them.
40th anniversary of
Yeah.
Rocketeer.
God, time
4
flies,
years.
huh?
Yeah.
Time flies. But I gotta say, I was thinking about a sequel to the Rocketeer. Like, what should the next movie be? And I'll give you my thoughts on that after we've heard from some of these other folks. Thank you, Steve. I love your passion for this movie. I actually have a Rocketeer helmet that is the Master Replicas Rocketeer
jealous.
helmet that's made of metal. I mean, it's it's serious. You put that fucking thing on. It's padded on the inside. It's full metal. I don't know. It looks like brass, but I don't know what it is. But
Probably bronze.
bronze. Yeah, probably is
Yeah.
bronze.
Probably bronze.
But it's pretty incredible. Douglas, what do you think about the Rocketeer, my friend?
It's all right.
You prick. Fucking prick. You fuck. Go ahead.
No, this is it's a masterpiece. It is easily the best comic book movie of all time. There's a lot of comic book movies. The surprising thing is the closer they get to the source material and whatnot, none of them come close to this one. This one is just, I mean, it's kind of like what Tom was talking about earlier about the Ninja Turtles. Is, well, they read the comic books. Oh, did you now? There's an idea. And with Dave Stevens, who is a master craftsman, true master of the art, and but he was doing so much better in advertising and whatnot, so he didn't really have a lot of time for comic books. And it's hard to believe. You look at the amazing ability that he had, but it's like it just wasn't as lucrative an option for him. So this was really a labor of love that he did, and it was a backup feature in the Star Slayer comic. But it's this incredible masterpiece of work, and it's this interesting thing between comic books and movies, in that Rocketeer is easily a comic book love for movies, and certainly the Commando Cody and all, they just top to bottom of the design and look. of what Rocketeer is, and then to the era. And that whole thing is what is the birthplace of this genre of the first the pulps and then to the comic books and to Superman and all that. And it evokes all of that. And there was a resurgence of that at the time. Certainly the Batman movie touched on this. And then even more to the point, the Batman animated series, which never really said it was in that era, but it looked like it. I mean, the Art Deco cities and everything, and yet they had computers and all that. And I would beg at this point for them to, if you're going to do your Superman movie, for God's sakes, look to the Rocketeer. It's all there for you. And it'd be even cooler if it was actually in the era, but if not, you could still have the attributes of it and apply it to it. It's so much there for you to learn. But instantly loved this thing, and it just everything. I can't think of anything a fault with it other than it needed more Rocketeer because this was all we were going to get, and that's sad. But at this point, I'd rather they leave it alone. I did know about the cartoon show. I said no.
No, that was obscenity. It really pissed me off.
And they don't know what they're doing. They don't appreciate it and all this stuff, and just the understanding of all of this and what it hit on all these cylinders. And certainly there's departures because they kind of had to. I mean, Rocketeer is the real inventor of the jetpack in the Rocketeer comics is Doc Savage. Well, the rights there, you could not secure that. And so, Howard Hughes, the real Doc Savage.
Right.
Exactly. He knew something about aviation. And the later one, the Shadow, is clearly there and all that stuff. It was just more of Dave Stevens' love of those characters in that era. And he was trying to recapture that, and he succeeded, in my opinion. Rocketeer fits perfectly with those guys and all of that. And then, of course, but still the casting is just brilliant all over the place. And you hear about, they got lucky with the people who bowed out. I think, especially Timothy Dalton is excellent as the villain and all that. It's such a hilarious end.
Yeah, I know. It's great.
And it starts blowing up.
You agree with me, having read the comics, that William Campbell looks exactly like
the hairstyle, the look, everything. I mean, a lot of
his nose, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, a lot of the features is more of Dave Stevens himself, but Bill Campbell is just, that's who else could you have gotten? I mean, it's just, he's perfect for it. And then, good Lord, who's going to fill, Betty Page's assets? Well, they found the girl.
Magnificent.
Just absolutely. God. Yeah. Goddess. So, and so it just, and then James Horner, who's it was always my personal favorite composer from Wrath of Khan on. And then I discover other stuff he did. Another one is his Battle of a Battle Beyond the Stars track that he did earlier on is one they keep reusing for other trailers real quick and stuff like that. But this one
and other Corman movies. He just recycled that score like 4 or 5 times. I mean, it's the best thing he's ever, paid for, so he just kept using it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
That's a great score.
A lot of mileage in that.
That's a great score.
But the Rocketeer it captures the era in the sound of it and everything. And then, of course, the lady singing the song, I just love that. It's a great soundtrack album. You treat yourself to that as well. And I just love this movie. I mean, masterpiece gets thrown around a lot, but this is it. And it didn't do well, and that's it's sad. But then again, maybe a sequel would have ruined it. I don't know, but
not back then.
Probably. You're probably right. It might not have been as good as the first one. That's
it wouldn't have been maybe,
but it would have been okay. You would have had more Rocketeer. It'd be fun, and that sort of thing. But damn, as far as comic book movies go, this is the one to beat if you can, which I doubt. But just in the sheer loyalty to it and the lesson learned of it. Well, what made this property good anyway? Well, the property itself. How could you capture that essence of it? And they did it, and it's Dave Stevens, he died way too young. and it's sad all around. But boy, did he give us quite the treat, of course, in his art. And there've been several comic book series since then, and they're not bad. And a lot of people in the comic book artists who are worth their salt, and the writers who understand that era. And there's quite a few, because there's quite a few other series that capture that, what Dave Stevens did too. And so there's plenty of people who can mold that and anything, but that's probably as best you're going to get as far as a continuation of this character. Because I just don't think movies and TV they're nowhere near in the place to do it now, if ever. And so it's just this one treasure that you have is this movie, and it's very special, and it deserves all the accolades it gets because it's that damn good.
It is epic. I mean, just thinking about the score, that scene that I'm talking about at the end with, where they reprise the main theme with Carrie O'Quinn, like saying, what was it like? What did it feel like to strap that thing to your back and fly like a bat out of hell? And the way that they play that music, it just gets to me. It was just so perfect. It spoke to me of better days.
Yeah.
I mean,
but there's also a hint of sadness there, and that these moments are fleeting, and that in the way.
Well, that's always the case.
But that's what makes it special, and that's the conundrum about it. But yeah, and that is Horner, another one who died too young. I mean, that's
my God,
ginormous. It'll always stick in my side that his last project was the Spider-Man movie that wasn't any good.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not the way for him to go out, but but doesn't matter. He did excellent work, and this is probably his best.
I wonder,
if you're going to pick one. Yeah, I mean, his music was always really good. Sometimes a little repetitive, but nevertheless, it was still good anyway.
Which is so exciting.
Best. Is it Wrath of Khan or is it Rocketeer? I really
that's hard.
That's hard. Really tough. Yeah, Cocoon.
Really
good that he did for that one.
Because I got to say, Wrath of Khan is in its own league. I mean, it's hard to divorce a score from its film, and I would have to say that Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, to me, is a more, it's hard to say it's better than the Rocketeer, but it's a towering, monumental film that saves Star Trek and was really the most perfect Star Trek film ever made, and so it's unfair because the Rocketeer stands on its own, but Wrath of Khan has 79 episodes and another movie behind it to bolster it and reinforce it.
Well, Horner's echoing Alexander Courage in Wrath of Khan. He's doing things in the Wrath of Khan score that you only heard in the television show.
Right.
Those really brassy hits when the Enterprise is going through the Mutara Nebula.
Well,
that's straight out of the show.
Right. And the different Alexander Courage did the theme song. There were I'm blanking on the names. There were different composers who did the shows. But those
Fred Steiner, Saul Kaplan,
and Gerald
Freed.
Yeah. And some of those they did like with Doomsday Machine and stuff. But they would come up with these percussive elements to it because they were trying to let's make it sound like it's Alien or something. That I'm sure that's probably the inspiration for it. And then Horner took from that, especially like the surprise attack scene, if that's what it's called on the soundtrack album, where Khan makes his first move against Kirk and all that piece right there is got all that when he's banging the pipes and everything and that kind of stuff, of that sort of percussion to it. It's very reminiscent of the show. It's just, again, you're never going to beat Wrath of Khan. That's as far as an ultimate tribute to Star Trek and the love and the genre of what it is that film. And that's what you think. It's like, it's a hard case between Wrath of Khan and Rocketeer. Well, they're two different animals in that sense. They're both playing tribute to something, and Rocketeer is playing a tribute to that bygone era of the pulp era age and all that sort of stuff in the movie matinee serials and that sort of thing. Whereas Wrath of Khan is a love letter and tribute and respect to Star Trek.
I guess I've answered my question here because, in my estimation, the Wrath of Khan score and the Rocketeer score are tied more.
Oh, yeah.
And yet, because the Rocketeer was wholly formed out of nothing, I guess it's probably the superior score. Just because it's unlike anything else that Horner had done, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear like pieces of Krull in Wrath of Khan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's a tough thing. But anyway, I suspect that Rocketeer is probably his greatest score
Probably.
for that reason.
Right.
But in terms of quality, they're both neck and neck. And the direct quote from Star Trek, it's actually he's quoting Fred Steiner, because there's this melancholy score, a little segment of music where they play like at the end of Charlie X was where it was originally scored. Where, where the Enterprise is pulling away, it goes dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
Dun, na. Well, that na is quoted literally in Wrath of Khan, where I will leave you as you left her, as you left me, marooned for all eternity at the heart of a dead planet, buried alive. He goes, God, he goes, it's like exactly pitched out of there. Douglas, anything you'd like to say about this?
No, all the above is true. I agree with all of that, especially the Khan quote, which is both a combination of how Horner could weave that. He does that with Rocketeer as well. And in that, he's using it in that element where there's a certain amount of mystery and sadness, especially with it was the end of Charlie X and all that.
That was an incredible episode.
Yeah, they're like, well, I kind of... I know. I couldn't stand the little bastard, but damn, we just...
Hey, you got Yeoman Rand in her 90 on the bridge. I love that.
I mean, who could blame him?
Yeoman Rand was one of the hottest chicks on Star Trek.
Oh yeah.
She was always getting harassed too. They're always slapping her
course.
ass.
Yeah.
They're always, grabbing her skirt and shit.
She was a naughty girl. She's in Miri when she said when she was afflicted with the curse, and she says, I used to try on the Enterprise to Kirk. I used to try to get you to look at my legs. Captain, look at my legs. And he looks down and she's got the like disease on her legs. But it's like she was pulling that shit. Yeah. I'm just saying. And I loved her for it. God damn it.
She had a fling with McCoy too, didn't she?
No, I don't think so. DeForest Kelley was only billed as a like supporting actor in the first like 8 episodes. Like they just were going to have him periodically, and when they saw the chemistry that Spock, McCoy, and Kirk had, he became like a co-star in the second season. It was great.
Yeah.
Robert Wright, what do you think about the Rocketeer?
Oh, I love this movie. This movie was a stop down movie. We'll watch it anytime it's on. I echo everything that's been said about the score. I don't think I can add to it. I mean, what an amazing score, and it is so Americana. I love the story here, and if you just, it was well written, and we don't have that today. You've got a rocket pack that's being chased by the Yahtzees, the mafia, the FBI, everybody, and then you've got a love story in the middle, and then just the way it works out, and the bad guys, the gangsters. Even say that, hey, wait a minute, I'm American. I'm not this Yahtzee garbage. And they get on the same page. And you're right. It's just like what you said about Americana, what it was, what it could be, what it should be. It's just wonderful. I love the actors in this, especially Jennifer Connelly, from her lips all the way down to her hips and everywhere in between. She is hot. She's beautiful. She's gorgeous. But there's so many little Easter eggs in here. And I'd like to point out a couple real quick. There's an actor who's posed as Clark Gable in the movie. There's an actor who's posed as W.C. Fields. There are a couple of other old Hollywood stand-ins that are supposed to represent old Hollywood, especially in some of those scenes in the dance hall. And it's just amazing their attention to detail with that. I love the Zeppelin. I love the flying scenes. I mean, it's just it's just a phenomenal movie. I love this movie. If you don't have it or haven't seen it, go see it. Take some time, go buy the movie, and watch it. It's just phenomenal. And I remember when it came out, we saw it in the theater, and it blew me away. It was just a great movie, and I will watch it anytime it's on. I mean, just phenomenal. I mean, I can't say any more that hasn't already been said. I mean, it's just such a wonderful film and a great piece of Americana. I mean, I do love the end with the Hollywood land sign. That is hilarious too. So
it just ties into so much, like, not only like comic book lore of the series, but also just Americana lore and lore of film buffs. Because Neville Sinclair is Errol Flynn, who was accused of being a Nazi spy back in the day. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but he was certainly like accused of it in retrospect, not in the day, but like after he died and everything. So he was very clearly that. I love the sword fight that they're like playing, like they're shooting it. Like, an Errol Flynn, Robin Hood, spiral staircase in the castle kind of fight.
Oh yeah, that's phenomenal. And that's old Hollywood, how they really would shoot those movies too. I mean, that's a great scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's a marvelous tribute not only to America or to superheroes, but also the Hollywood of mythic status that we love. Back in the day, the Hollywood of Bogart, the Hollywood of Clark Gable, Errol Flynn, even Bela Lugosi with Rondo Hatton, it's just a magical fucking piece. And I just wish that they had done a sequel. And I'm going to talk about what I would have done with the sequel, because I as a kid, I thought about it, and I think it's pretty good. Anything else you would like to say, Robert?
No, I think everything's already been said about this movie. It's just a fantastic one. If you guys haven't seen it, please go see it. This is an amazing film. This is probably one of the top films that we've ever done on here.
Yeah. Even the bulldog from the comic, they found a bulldog that looked exactly like him,
Yeah, everything's there. Everything's there. Perfect comic book movie.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful. Let's go
Hey,
to
Doom. Doug's got a roll.
Doug. Please go ahead and plug away. Sell some comics. Sell the Douglas Nelson experience, which really, I've been waiting for you to sell the Douglas Nelson experience, because then I will invest. It's like, if I could bottle that magnetism, that genius, that charisma that is Douglas Nelson, by God, I would be fucking Howard Hughes, sans the giant beard and the creepy curling fingernails and the utter paranoia.
Yeah, all the piss in the mason jars.
Yeah, the mason jars of piss.
Well, I do that, but let's go.
I wonder what those are worth on eBay. But you might be able to make the Douglas Nelson Experience cruise line. I hear a certain movie company and theme park company might have to sell off their ships. So there might be something there. I'm not certain. What do you
But they'll
think?
have a big return to sender sticker on the side, Douglas. That's the problem.
Well, you can rub that out. But anyway, yes, I have comic books, as Gary. Gary is showing you there. Night over at indieplanet.com. Working based on my audio plays of the same name. Currently working on one that will feature Doomcock playing a character in it. So
absolutely, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So and then you can follow me at Mr. Nelson on Twitter, or X.
Oh, fuck X. God, I'm sick of this shit. God damn it.
Well, that's what it's rated. And then you can check out other Nelson stuff over at the nelsonratings.locals.com. And to get your Nelson experience.
Oh, geez. Now I'm not sure I want it. It's sounding like, I don't know. Sound like something, the Douglas Nelson Experience, directed by Axel Braun. Oh, no.
One of our great directors of today, because, well,
I had a
Nobody-
nightmare where Douglas Nelson was leaning over me in bed and said, "You got pretty lips, boy," and I just like
Oh.
woke up in a cold sweat. I said, "My hair." I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Nice. Good luck. Deliverance Part 2.
Yes, exactly. Comic booking.
Even more delivered.
Deliverance
There'll
was
be-
a good movie. We should do that sometime.
Oh,
That was
God.
Yeah,
a damn
yeah.
good movie.
Yeah, that and Al Pacino's cruising.
Oh, geez. No. There's only one part of Deliverance you can't show, but no.
Yeah. What do you mean? Well, now you know how Ned Beatty ended up being Lex Luthor's bitch. You know,
I didn't even know
Otis
Ned
Berg.
Beatty was in the fucking movie. All I was looking was Valerie Perrine. My
Oh,
God.
God.
yeah.
Both of her. Holy
Tessmacher
shit.
Peaks, baby. She got her own little mountains. Tessmacher Peaks.
Hey, if you want to see Valerie Perrine in the buff, you need to check out Lenny with Dustin Hoffman.
Yes.
It's a
Yeah,
black and white
yeah.
about Lenny Bruce, and she plays his stripper girlfriend, and you get to see all of her lovely talents.
Awesome.
Plus, she
Bitch.
posed in Playboy too. So
What?
yes.
What?
Oh,
Come on,
really?
man. You don't have that?
No.
Oh,
holy
dude.
He's on the
shit, my
cover
life
wearing the
is incomplete.
Superman's S and everything.
Oh,
Oh
man.
my God! I gotta track that down. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Oh yes.
Yeah, get
You'll
that
believe.
one, buddy.
You'll
Jeez.
believe some things can defy gravity.
Yes.
North,
Anyway,
Tessmacher, north.
Anyway, there you go. Enjoy hanging out with you guys. We'll see you next week.
We love you,
All
Doug.
Love you, buddy.
Thanks,
Thank you,
man.
buddy. Thanks for being such a trooper. Thanks for the artwork. Thanks for the inspiration. Thanks for the friendship. You're an awesome guy.
Well, I try.
Well, I'll just try. You succeed.
I mean, I know it. I can't help it.
Yes, I know. I can help it. Oh, won't held up be my wife. Anyway, sorry. We're getting a little loopy. I've had a couple of not bottles, couple of glasses of bourbon here during the
That
show.
happens.
So
So
you're
is
hearing
Mickey.
me being happy. This is me happy.
Well, it's not working for Mickey so far, but we'll see how that turns out. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Doug.
Of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, Andy shit
Ooh,
in mine.
hello.
Well, there you go. Let's hear from Andy Masterson, who has never seen Rocketeer, but I'm sure he'll bullshit his way through.
You
Well-
asshole, Gary. Andy.
Uh-oh. What did he say that was an asshole? I missed it.
You haven't seen Rocketeer, Andy? Oh,
I'm just making it up.
I don't
I'm
know if
sure
I
he's
know you
seen
anymore.
it. I was just giving him crap.
Yeah,
You've seen it,
Rocket-
right? Haven't you? Or am I crazy?
Oh yeah, well, and I can't cover anything technical on this because everybody's already gone over this, like the great scenes, the everything about the movie. So the only thing I can add is, like, on a personal note, when I was growing up, I would watch Saturday afternoon television. I would watch the Bowery Boys. I would watch Abbott and Costello. I would watch all the stuff from that era, and that's the era my dad grew up in. And so when he would share something with me, it was from that era. And so when this movie came out, there were a couple things that I was really looking forward to with it. Number one, it was from that era. The girl that I was, like, crazy about, like, had that. She was nowhere near as pretty as Jennifer Connelly, but had that same, like, very youthful, very, kind of, sweet young face and things like that. And we had, been through the ringer and stuff like that. And but getting to watch this with the that set in that era with the adventure, Gary's right. I mean, one of the things that I really want to do is have an action figure shelf with my Invaders figures, an Indiana Jones figure along with them, that Wolverine, a Rick O'Connell from The Mummy, and a Cliff Secord figure from, because that would all kind of fit in that same World War II era universe. And this movie came out perfect for me. it's like I said, I used to watch all these kinds of things with my dad. This was released 1 month after my dad passed away, to the day.
Wow.
And so it was like, not really having him back, but like it felt like he was sitting there with me watching it, and all those elements. And then I really like Joe Johnston's work. October Skies, Jumanji. I really wasn't crazy about his Wolfman movie with Del Toro, but when I found out that he was directing my favorite superhero, Captain America, in the World War II era, that was perfect. I was so excited because I knew that he could take that feeling that you got of being in that era that we saw in the Rocketeer, and he would put that in Captain America, the First Avenger, which is why Winter Soldier tops that a little bit for me, but I absolutely love that movie. And no matter what they do, no matter how much they screw up the MCU, at least I got that.
Yeah.
Joe Johnston.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, Joe Johnston has, he's got a talent. And to me, that was America at its peak. Everybody appreciated the country. Everybody, the country coalesced together in that horrible time, like when fighting such malevolence in the world. And when you got to see like somebody come along and portray it with such reverence and faithfulness, it's just an outstanding movie. I can't imagine that when you see things like this and you have such a model, why these numbskulls can't understand how to make a proper movie. I mean, obviously they don't have any like love or reverence for anything that's come before them, because they're the most important thing ever. But if you want to get good storytelling, and this is going to be a perfect time because this strike's going to go on, which is great, because if movie theaters are smart, they'll take things like this and put it back out in their theaters, let people get to know them. And then when these writers come back and, like this numbskull that's playing Snow White, where she expects to be paid every time this thing is seen. Like, well, writers don't get paid every time somebody reads their work. Like every time you view it again, like, no, you got it once. That's it. You can go off a sale. But these writers need to look at this and need to learn how to write again. The directors need to learn how to direct. And most of all, the studios need to learn how to stay out of the way and let artists create art. And if that happens, maybe we'll get some good entertainment again. And maybe, just maybe, the people watching the movie will get an appreciation for how good you've got it. No matter how much is going on in your life, we come from people that are depicted in a film like this. And it's everybody at their best. So if you haven't seen it, watch it, and watch all that stuff from those eras. You're missing out on so much. Forget all the reality TV crap. Forget all that, all the Disney Plus and the roulette wheel of Netflix. Go back to some classics and see a silver screen, an actual silver screen, and the magic that they're able to pull into the hearts of people from that vehicle. That was storytelling. It's magic. And things like this that emulate it, it's not done any better. Like you said, The Natural is another one where you get that feeling of that era and that environment that we just don't see around. But fabulous movie. I absolutely love this thing. And I think I went to see this 3 or 4 times in the movies, usually by myself, just to get away from things and forget.
Yeah, 100%, man. I'm I imagine seeing you with your dad, or imagining it was kind of a special thing. And that's, these movies actually connect with our lives in a lot of ways that these stupid, ruthless pieces of woke filth don't seem to appreciate, that we're actually human beings with emotions. And, these people are so spiritually impoverished that they're like, Lenin and Marx in the Soviet Union, where the struggle is all that they care about. They don't give a shit about art. They don't give a shit about the
They're
universal
disconnected
human
from
condition.
the human condition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's you're speaking my language.
And the most important part is they're character driven. You see how character driven these movies are, and that's what drives it. It's the characters. It's the story. You go through the journey with the character. It's not just about a concept or a thing.
Right. It's not a narrative being shoved down your throat. It's an actual adventure along with the character. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's just, this was a special time, not just because we were, kids, but because this was quality. I mean, you can watch a modern movie and then you can watch this movie, and if you're confused about the difference, it's not empty nostalgia, or if it is nostalgia, it's nostalgia for quality. It's nostalgia for craftsmanship. It's nostalgia for filmmakers who actually care about what they're making. They care about art. They care about stories, because they know that stories are the heart and soul of the American imagination. And that is something that is starving these days. Chuzzbot says it's got nothing to do with communism, doofus. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's got everything to do with it.
It's got everything to do with communism. It's got everything to do with groupthink. It's got everything to do with conformity. It's got everything to do with the soulless propagandists that have seized control of our narratives. And they're killing our dreams to kill our country. And if you don't understand that, you need to get a little bit of education.
Yeah.
Because you're a fool.
Somewhere else, too. Yeah, and here's another thing, mark my fucking words, you guys. We laugh at this all the time, but there's going to be no storytellers left. And there's going to be a vacuum. And if proper storytellers aren't in that vacuum, whoever's there is going to get the credit, is going to get the spotlight, and is going to get the opportunity to tell a real story. Look at Comic-Con. There's no movie stars there right now.
Yeah.
What? So who's getting the attention? Think about it. I mean, think about it. This could go on a grander scale, depending on how long this strike lasts. Who knows? Maybe they're striking to choke these people out and to get rid of them and to not be liable for firing them. Who knows? But there's going to be a vacuum, and when whoever whatever creative that vacuum pulls in, that's what we're going to get. So.
Amen. And I would just say, before we go to super chats, the last thing that I would like to say is that the South Seas Club, boy, if I lived in the 40s or 50s, I would be an alcoholic, because I would be in those clubs every fucking night. And I'd be wanting to dance with those beautiful women. I'd be wanting to be on stage, with a big band and be singing, singing some of the greatest songs of all time, like by Cole Porter,
Doom, I'll get a little bit sentimental.
Let them begin the begin.
I'll get a little bit sentimental with you right now. There used to be a club in Los Angeles called 40 Deuce. And I had a girlfriend that worked there, and she was a burlesque dancer, and they had a brass band on the stage. You had to show up in costume. It was like a juke joint, and they played a real live band with old school songs, and she was a legitimate stripper. And it was one of the greatest experiences of my life, going and seeing this gal that I was dating going to strip. It felt like I was in the 1930s. It was fantastic.
Yep.
God, it was great. One of my greatest memories.
Yeah.
What's beautiful about that time, that everybody wore suits, everybody wore a hat. There was style, there was class.
Everybody was in shape.
Yeah. Now we got people going to Walmart and everyone in pajamas.
They go to the fucking movie theater in their pajamas. We used to go to the theater in a tuxedo, Andy.
Yeah.
I walked out of the haunted mansion tripping over some little camp that these trashy people put up, and they were yelling at me for kicking all their garbage around. No bullshit. These people think they're in their fucking living room on their couch.
It's classy. It's classy. Well, let's get to some super chats.
All right.
But I just want to say, because I got to get it out of my system. So don't let them begin the begin. Let the love that was once a fire remain an ember. Let it sleep like the dead desire I only remember. When they begin the beginning. All right, let's get to some super chats, shall we? Let's make it happen, folks.
Super chats, mofo.
All right, let's get to these super chats. Thank you all for your patience, my friends. Phantom 1356 with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Phantom. Says, coming from an old guard TMNT super fan, I'm deeply saddened about how bad this new movie sounds. Why are we letting Seth Rogan be in charge of, or let alone touch any property after Santa Inc.? Well, we're not, because we're not in charge, my friend. We're not in charge. If we were in charge, there's no way Seth Rogan would be allowed within 20 yards of any of these fucking properties. Has Seth Rogan ever actually been funny? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't recall ever finding Seth Rogan to be amusing.
Maybe at a laughing at rather than laughing with scenario.
You think so? I don't know. I don't.
Kind
I
of
don't,
hideous and unattractive and kind of disgusting in a funny way.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. That's what I think of him.
It's like the old joke with the, two Jewish ladies at a Catskill Mountain resort, and one of them says, the food here is terrible, and the other one says, I know, and in such small portions. That's basically Seth Rogan.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mercenary X21 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, so Sound of Freedom actually beating Mission Impossible? It's like this movie has divine intervention behind it. Also, get ready for more insanity from your sources, DC. Listen. When I'm having a source that I've known for a long time telling me that Disney took a soaking to the tune of $4 billion when the Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel closed, my mind is permanently blown. I don't know that it can be any blown more than it is, but I'm ready, Mercenary X21, who also with another $5 super chat says, you can love Barbie for being as pro-man and unintentionally biased. This is so bad and shows how bad this ideology is, that as from Heels versus Babyface points it out. Well, Mercenary X21, I haven't seen the damn thing. I'll probably catch it on cable someday, when I'm drunk and, sitting in my underwear on the couch, ranting about socialism, but we'll see. I'm not going to go to the theater to see it, though. I don't see any reason why.
Don't bother.
No. Larry Bernard with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Larry says the metaphorical spirit of God in the Barbie movie says wokeness / patriarchy are things people believe because they are afraid of dying, not real things. And all of the woke stuff is toxic and false. Would you agree with that?
It's possible. I think we're afraid of dying for a lot of reasons. I think that might be just one of the reasons why we're avoiding it. I don't know. That's a very broad spectrum of.
No, but I mean, is that a message in the movie? The metaphorical spirit of God in the Barbie
you mean
movie
specifically
says,
in the movie?
Wokeness, patriarchy are things people believe because they're afraid of dying, not real things.
Honestly, I only saw the movie as a complete inversion of role reversal. If you put the Barbies as Kens and the Kens as Barbies, you have our position. That's it. Straightforward.
I can't buy that the director would have that viewpoint. I don't believe that. I believe the director is probably a complete narcissist and thought that she was doing something poignant and powerful by displaying just how horrible things are. I mean, Mike, and then to contrast that, you want to You want to see horrible? Go watch Sound of Freedom, and then tell me how bad you got it
Right.
in your Barbie world, because
Yeah.
you got the luxury of sitting back and playing with freaking Barbie dolls, and
Yeah.
you see the childhood that some of these kids have, like, and you wonder why, like, and I think that's why Sound of Freedom is so important, is because it brings you back to a harsh reality. Because, like, right now, look what we're doing. We're creating all of our own. We've fixed so many problems. People have to create their own that they identify as cats and birds and all that crap. Like,
Barbie is all your fake problems.
Yeah.
Sound of Freedom is real world, nasty, awful, real problems that we need.
Right.
Barbie
exactly.
is the problems of a 12-year-old girl. Really.
Yeah. A
It
well-off
really is.
12-year-old girl. A
Yeah.
well-off 12-year-old.
A
Why am I
well-off
not
and
pretty
particularly dim 12-year-old girl.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Why am I not pretty enough? Is the driving force of the film? Really, it is.
Yeah. Which, again, I will say that is one of the funniest lines in the movie, when Margot Robbie's Barbie character says that, like, I just don't feel pretty. Helen Mirren, as the narrator, pops in there and says, "A note to the filmmakers. This is not a good line to have Margot Robbie say."
It's true. Yeah.
Is that really in the movie?
It really is.
Yes.
Yes. And
It
it's,
They're pseudo self-aware. They know it's
Yeah.
bullshit.
Right.
Really, they really do.
Right.
I'm telling you guys.
This
they
has
do.
to be a parody. The more I hear about it, it has
I'm
to be
telling
a
you,
parody.
Steve.
it can't be a
is.
parody because Greta Gerwig believes this stuff.
Yes.
Maybe they fooled
it's-
the dumb director.
Who knows, man?
But
Who knows?
that
Maybe
whole
they did.
part
Maybe
that you
the
just
scriptwriters
said,
pulled
Andy.
it off over her, and she was too dumb to realize it.
Yeah.
It could be.
Well, she
Hey.
She also wrote it too.
Margot
Well, maybe
Robbie's
she's too
in
dumb to know what
tears.
she even wrote. I don't know.
She's in tears, like baffled as to why she's not pretty anymore. I'm laughing my ass off. I'm laughing my ass off.
But Andy, you bringing that up, that makes it. I think that was intentionally a parody. Like,
Yes.
it's.
Yes,
Oh my-
and it still sucks, Steve. And it still sucks. It's still a shitty film. But
Oh,
it made me laugh because they're so
You
fucking
guys
naive.
really-
They don't get their own bullshit. It's so funny to me.
You guys
Well,
have convinced me to see this movie,
Okay.
and I
Well,
think,
I guess we'll get your take on it next week then.
Yeah.
Larry
don't want
Bernard
to.
with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Larry. Says kids' movies don't make Citizens United jokes. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or is
No,
it from
that's from Barbie. That's
Oh,
from Barbie.
God. I don't know.
It was not a kid's film. This is not
No.
a children's film at
No.
all, by any means.
Mercenary X21 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says you can't wait for MST3K crew to get their hands on Barbie. Well, you'll have to, because I mean they'll be dead by the time they get their hands on it, because 100 years or whatever with the fucking
Yeah.
public domain shit. So sadly, though, I agree it would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
Crossover Maniac with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says the creator of Wonder Woman also invented the lie detector, which explains the inspiration behind the lasso of truth.
I didn't know that. That's true.
Yeah, I guess Charles Moulton, I believe his name was. Is that true? Crossover Maniac. Is
Wow.
that true, chat? I didn't know that fact.
Well, the girlfriend that played Wonder Woman, him and his wife, they kind of had her like fitting in with them. And
Mhm.
she was actually the sister of Margaret Sanger, who started Planned Parenthood. So there was a very progressive
Wow.
group there of with some weird things going on.
Wow, weird. Blaze Heart Panther says in the chat, Barbie tries to get a vagina at the end of the movie.
Oh, she's got one.
And why would that be? Just to make Ken feel bad because he has no dick.
Yes.
Yep.
Just like in Ghostbusters. Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
Well, that's what I heard.
That's what I heard. I'm going to get you a nice fruit basket. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, did you guys see that feminist frequency is finally shut down? Yeah, I did. I didn't even know what feminist frequency was. So
Yeah.
it didn't mean a lot to me, but hey,
Cool.
it sounds good. I don't know what that is. And DC, you got through the fight between Ichigo and Kenpachi in Bleach, right? Yes, I did, Jack. Very, very cool. Thank you, sir. It's always good to see Jack White in the chat. And Susan Dolan with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Susan. It says China hates Japan because they invaded them in World War II. Well, that'd do it. that would work, you know. I mean, that would make a certain amount of sense there. Thank you, Susan. Always good to see you, my dear lady. Richard Spake with a $2 super chat. Hail to you, Richard says. Howdy, boss. Just checking in to see if you got my email. I did. Richard Spake was talking about how he's died 5 times in his life after a horrible car accident.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he came back. It's amazing story. Thank you, Richard. His legs were severed in a car accident. He died 5 times.
Holy
Jeez.
Yeah.
Talk about real world problems.
Yeah, I know. Fuck you, Barbie.
I was complaining about a stubbed toe earlier, but now I feel really shitty and bad.
That's all right. It's supposed to be inspirational, not condemnatory.
I'm sure Ranker Steve's chopped the legs off of Barbie or two.
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. I don't know.
Who hasn't? He was only trying to get to his ultimate destination if he did bite her legs off, but never mind. Alexis Pakarinen, who's been a Dumentite for a month. Thank you, Alexis says. I am optimistic. I sent this huge idea on how Disney could recover money to pay for more Star Wars media by designing Mando Season 4 as a series of movies. Well, Alexis, maybe they heard you. You know, maybe they heard you. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. This is the first I've heard of it, but I think it's probably a big mistake, but I guess we'll see. Disney's in the business of making mistakes, so who knows? I don't put it past them. Mercenary X21 with a $5 super chat says, never knew the Muppets made a Haunted Mansion movie. Also have both Disney Haunted vinyls and Rocketeer comic collection by the dead creator, plus DVDs. Well, that's outstanding, Mercenary X21. I've got those same comics. And Dave Stevens was an amazing talent, and he is missed. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, oh angry one. Says Mickey is a mouse, Goofy is a cow, Donald is a duck, and Pluto is a planet. No matter what Neil Disgrace Tyson says about it, I'll grab my coat now. Thank you, Angry Yeti TV. Yeah, Neil Disgrace Tyson. That's actually a good name for him. Thank you.
I'm related to Clinton Tom Ball, who discovered Pluto, so I'm right there with you.
Pluto's a planet, damn it. I don't care what they say. Fuck them.
Is.
And Brontosaurus is a dinosaur. They can go fuck themselves. Sick of their shit.
I saw them in the Flintstones.
Yeah, that's right.
Brontosaurus burgers.
Robert Uthoff with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Robert. Says, my lord, I have nothing of relevance to add. I just wanted to get my $10 in. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you, Robert Yulthoff. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, sir. And I hope you had a good time tonight with all of us hanging out here. Quark's Bar, been a Dominion of mine, a channel member for a month. He says, any chance of Doomcock and Harvey action figures? Well, that's a complicated question, Quark's Bar. I don't know what to say.
There's always a chance.
There's always a chance, Quark's Bar. There's always a chance. James Retief with a $2 super chat. Thank you, James. Says, bring Cameron on to discuss Barbie as a balanced take. Cameron knew we were doing this and deferred to come on, but, he's always welcome. He's a great guy. And I've got a video coming up with him coming up in the next few days. So look for that, James. But yeah, he loved Barbie. He thought it was straight up satire, and he thought it was making the opposite point. I think it's a matter for debate. And
wait,
I think
you're saying that Cameron declined to be on tonight because of that?
No, he didn't. Not because of that. He just said,
What's the matter, Cameron? You scared, buddy?
No.
You don't want to come on the show? Come on, man. Let's do it. We probably have the same opinion.
Maybe so. I mean, I don't know.
Cameron, let's talk about Barbie, man. Come on and
I'm
talk about Barbie
disturbed.
with us.
Talk about Bob music. Talk about Joe Lamont with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says DC, you inspired the plot for Barbie too. Barbie falls for Captain Action, played by Tom Cruise. By the way, nobody utters a peep about utter failure of MI Thing. I heard it was a good movie. I don't know why people didn't go and see it.
It was a fantastic movie.
I heard it was awesome. I heard it kicked
Yeah, it was
ass.
great. It was awesome.
I have a
Yeah.
theory behind why it's not doing so well.
Why,
It's
Steve?
because of all the movies that have been coming out before Mission Impossible 7, I don't whatever number it's at now, is been a complete failure, and so everyone's just kind of tired of it, of the movies been coming out. So everyone who's seen it are like, this is a fantastic movie. It's the best Mission Impossible movie so far.
The
It's
only reason I
phenomenal.
didn't go see it is
Wow.
because I haven't seen 4, 5, or 6 yet. So I was
Right.
like, I gotta
But-
wait to go see him, but I would have gone to see it.
But here's where my theory comes into play. Sound of Freedom's doing good, and Barbie's doing good. Because Barbie is more of a satire type film, I think. And so people want to get away and laugh and just see the mockery of everything. And then
Yeah.
they see Sound of Freedom. It's reality. Mission Impossible is right in the middle. And I think that's the problem that's going on. It's not a terrible movie. Mission Impossible, Tom Cruise pretty much just said, I'm pretty much gonna own the summer movies. It's just the situation that Sound of Freedom comes out and it's like hitting every note, and then Barbie comes out, people are loving it for reasons that I'm now realizing, like, okay, it might actually be a complete satire and everything. So that's the thing. I think that's what it is. It's two movies dominating,
Caught in the
and it's
middle.
like squeezing out everything else. That's
Sound
what
of Freedom is over 10 times its budget, by the way.
Fantastic.
I still can't
man.
see it because it's
Yeah.
still fucking sold out.
It's sold out. We can't even go see it here. They don't have 2 seats next to each other in our theaters here in town.
Wow.
Wow.
Son of a
It's-
bitch.
And my
man.
wife says, I don't want to see this movie unless it's next to you. She's gonna fucking hate this because it's such a reality check on everything.
yeah.
And I was
No
like,
2 seats
we're-
together, guys. No
Yeah.
2 seats together.
That's incredible.
Wow. That's incredible. So I saw both of those back-to-back days. Mission Impossible, I think, also the IMAX, not having it on IMAX and not having it on Cinescope because of Oppenheimer, I think also affects it too. Because a lot of people want to see a big action movie on a big screen.
well, I know
Yeah.
Mission Impossible is coming back on IMAX once Oppenheimer's done. They made that deal.
Well, that'll be kind of cool then. I don't know, man.
Doom, did you want to talk about Oppenheimer? Are we going to go see that?
Yeah, I mean, we could do it next week. I think
Okay,
we
well,
could,
I'll go see it then.
Okay, it sounds good. Solly Tom with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tom. Says, I saw Rocketeer in the theater, and the scene when that enormous airship arrived gave me such a wow moment. I could have bought the DVD just for that. Yeah, man. When the Zeppelin like looms on the screen, it's a great moment.
You know, if we talk about Oppenheimer, I think it's only fair that the week after that we do a Godzilla movie.
That sounds good. My favorite Godzilla movie of all time that I've seen is Destroy All Monsters. I just love that movie. That was a great one. Paula Viter Gamer with a $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, hail all. I love The Rocketeer. Back when the movie was out in theaters, my family went to Burger King and picked up the collector cup. It came with a helmet lid that I have still to this day. Oh my God. I'm jealous, dude. Paula Viter Gamer, a Rocketeer helmet lid on a cup. Shit. Over on my shelf right here, I'm looking right now at it. I've got a Rocketeer head candy dispenser, a Rocketeer bust candy dispenser, a little PVC Rocketeer figure taking off vertically, and a Rocketeer figure flying horizontally. All of those from the period. So, I'm very envious of you, Paula Viter Gamer. Fantastic stuff.
There have been a couple really good 6 scale Rocketeer figures that have been released.
Yeah. Steve's got one over there, actually. Mexican Iron Man with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Mike. Says DC and team, thanks for having me on. Thank you, chat and mods. See you all next week. P.S. The window jokes make me laugh. Love them and keep them coming. Thank you, Mexican Iron Man. We're all just jealous. We'd all like to be, boffing MILFs and then jumping out of windows. Of course we would. Robert Ulthorf. Uthoff. Robert Uthoff. Thank you, Robert. Now, I think I finally got it. With a $2 super chat, says The Rocketeer was an amazing movie. I agree entirely. We love it, and we hope that we've conveyed that love for it here on the live stream. Thank you, Robert Uthoff. And I apologize for mispronouncing your name earlier. I saw L where there was none. Bun299 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Bun. Says, so the impression I'm getting from Gary about Barbie is it's so bad it's good.
Kind of for 40 minutes, yeah, and then it's just like.
But then it gets bad, right?
It's so bad, it's like
It's preachy.
Yeah, it's really, it abandons that great satire and then becomes this piece of trash. Really, it is so bad you have to laugh at it. But
okay.
I mean, if you can avoid seeing it in the theater, just catch it when it's on TV. It's not worth seeing in the theater.
No.
Don't give her any money. Don't give her any money.
100%. Let's not make this thing any more successful than it is. Roadhog1167 with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Roadhog. Says, hail DVD and guests. Damn, I'd forgotten about that one. Must have slipped through the cracks for me like the Goonies and a few others. I'll be checking it out as soon as I possibly can. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you, Roadhog1167. God bless you, sir. I'm glad we were able to introduce you to a great movie here.
Yes.
Big Dave K with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Big Dave K. Says, hey, man, just talking about a film and getting choked up about it is usually a sign of a good film. Not like I've done that before, he says.
Right.
Thank you, Big Dave K. Well, that's the thing, is that we love these movies. We're not just here to bitch. We're not just here to make ourselves look so big by how much we can hate on shit or something. I think there's a lot of people that's their shtick, but for us, it's genuine passion.
Yeah.
And when we rage at a horrible film like, The Eternals or, Black Panther 2 or any of these like pieces of crap that are just soulless commercial garbage, we're really lamenting the passing of quality from the face of the earth. We want movies and stories to be good again. That's our motivation. We're not motivated by hate. We're motivated by love. That's the ticket on this channel. And SHS Rebels 08 with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, if you haven't already chosen next week's movies we love, I would recommend Flight of the Navigator, especially that Paul Rubens was Max the alien robot. And rest in peace, Pee Wee Herman, Paul Rubens. What a sad loss. I've never seen Flight of the Navigator, so I don't really know anything about it.
It's interesting. Check it out.
Thank you, SHS Rebels 08. And yes, again, rest in peace to Paul Rubens. He was quite a talent. He made a big splash in the world. I will give him that. And I'm sorry that he's gone. Mercenary X21 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says Razor Fist loves Rocketeer on par with The Shadow. Yes, the Shadow was actually a pretty good movie too. A pretty decent.
I like that movie
adaptation.
Yeah, it's a cool movie. It's got a great score by Jerry Goldsmith.
Yeah, right.
Cool movie. Yeah.
Alec Baldwin as the Shadow. Yeah.
Peter Boyle,
Lamont Cranston. Yeah. One of the original pulp heroes, the Shadow. Originally played by. Do you know?
I have no idea who.
Really?
I don't know.
Orson Welles?
Orson Welles.
Really?
Orson Welles originally did the voice of the Shadow on radio.
Wow.
I grew up with that. My dad would break into that. He would who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men. And then he would do the whistle, which I could never do.
Wow,
The
Orson Welles.
Shadow knows.
Can you
Yeah.
imagine how great the writing had to be for those radio dramas?
Oh yeah. They're a lot of fun, man.
Yeah.
The late horror show is a great YouTuber that bundles all of these in 11-hour chunks that I play regularly at night and fall asleep to. I just love yours truly, Johnny Dollar. And, from the 70s, actually, they had a show going on CBS Radio Mystery Theater with E.G. Marshall. And they were keeping the torch going well into the 70s on CBS. So really cool shit. Dark Saber Force with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says liked the movie, but it's very hard to watch. How my favorite Bond goes out at the end. I remember my heart racing watching that scene. Timothy Dalton, seeing James Bond blow up in a fiery conflagration. Well, that's how it goes. Sorry, man, but it's still a great movie. Come on.
Did
Thomas
you guys notice
Grunty.
the house that Neville St. Clair is living in?
Yeah. Isn't that
That's the Ennis house, which
right?
is designed by Frank Lloyd Wright, which is the inspiration, and actually just straight up the tiles and the textile blocks are copied for Rick Deckard's apartment in Blade Runner.
Yes.
So.
And there was a TV show that was hypothesizing that the guy that lived in that house at the time was responsible for the Black Dahlia murder.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
That there was some like occultist bullshit going on in that house.
Ooh.
In the 50s.
Wow.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. Crazy.
I know. Weird, huh? That's some famous shit tile, man.
Yeah. I know.
I tell you. Thomas Grunke with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Thomas. Says one of the most unique comics I've ever seen is the silent issue of the original G.I. Joe run. It's all art, no dialogue, sound effects, or narration.
Wow.
I have it.
You have it. Is it
Yeah,
is it
hang on
really
one sec.
good, dude?
Yeah, hang on.
He's gonna go fetch it. Outstanding. Thank you,
Wow.
Robert Wright.
Cool.
See, Robert is already adding value to the show. What a great guy he is. And Pags 409 is a new channel member at the Dominion level. Welcome to the club, Pags 409. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dark Saber Force with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, why the hell is Joe Johnston not getting more jobs? Probably because he's too good.
Yeah.
Well, he's doing 2 movies.
Really?
He's doing Shrunk. He's directing Shrunk, and then that's in pre-production. And I think it's the Silver Chair, the Narnia movies that Netflix got a hold of. After Silver Chair, he's retiring. He says, "I'm done."
Is
After
Shrunk,
what, 50
is
some
Shrunk-
years?
is
What?
Shrunk tied in with Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? Because he did that one.
Yeah, he's doing. It's the direct
Sequel?
to the second one.
It's the return of Rick Moranis as well, right?
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think he's going to be in
Yeah,
it. So
he
he's
is.
only
I'm
doing
pretty
2
sure
more
he is.
movies, and he's retiring. He's like, I'm done. I need to focus.
I don't
on
blame
more
him. Look
things.
what he has to go through to make a
Oh.
movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, this is not the era to suffer for your art.
No.
No. And Robert, have you got the look, here it is, folks.
ooh,
All silent, no words whatsoever. Number, is it 21? I can't.
Yes, it's issue number 21. Basically, it's all action and no words. Basically, kind of the story of Snake Eye rescues Scarlet from Cobra's clutches,
Wow.
And-
Shit.
and it has a huge reveal at the end between Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow.
Damn, dude. Who did the artwork? Do you remember?
Larry Hama did the story. I don't remember who did the artwork.
Sweet, man. That's
Wow.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wow,
Kind of
man.
reminds me of remember the original Eon Flux shorts?
Oh yeah, I love
were
those, man.
Fucking
Yeah.
great. The silent
Liquid
ones.
television on MTV, right?
Yes, yes, Liquid Television.
That was a cool show,
It
man.
was a great show. It took forever to release that on DVD. I think it's out.
Oh, the Eon Flux collection.
No, the Liquid Television. I think you can get it now.
all
It
of
was
them.
it was very difficult to
Oh
get.
my god.
Yeah.
Because they had a version of a segment from Neo Tokyo. It was a movie called Neo Tokyo that was an animated segment called The Running Man,
Hmm.
which you'll probably remember this, Gary, because it was so striking. It was so dramatic. It's like this futuristic race where they're tearing around this track, and this guy has evidently some telekinetic power, this driver, that he's wrecking these other cars. And I think it was the original voiceover in Neo Tokyo was not as good as the one that they had on Liquid Television, which I'm convinced is maybe Martin Sheen or Charlie Sheen or one of those voices. And it's one of the most striking things I've ever seen in my life. And I would pay for the entire Liquid Television series if I could just have that short.
I'll dig that up. I'll get that for us.
Because that thing was fucking. If you've never seen it, dude, you've got to see it.
I don't remember it, but I've got a I've got a really rough copy of Liquid Television, but I think it came out on DVD a few years back.
God, I'll see if I'll buy it for sure if I can.
I'll see if I can locate it.
Robert Uthoff with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you. Robert says the TV shows from the 50s to the late 90s are as good as TV will ever get. On the average, yeah, you're right, Robert. I mean, there's always some bright spots, here or there, anomalies and so on. Genius will find a way, but in general, Robert, I would agree. I think you're spot on. Fantastic shit. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Jack says, as someone who hates getting dressed up, I'm glad people aren't forced to walk around in suits 24/7. Well, I am too, but oh my God, if I could go to the South Seas Club and wear a tux and a fedora like Indy, and maybe a trench coat when I come in, I would be happy as a pig in slop. Something about those
pajamas.
Yeah, right. God damn, I would go around all the time dressed like Humphrey Bogart and The Big Sleep constantly if I could. I've got fedoras in my closet, for God's sakes. I can never wear because the heat is too bad, but geez, I miss that stuff. Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Angry One. Says everyone laughed when Amy Schumer said she was going to become a comedian. No one is laughing now.
Yes.
Oh
Great
dear.
job.
Oh dear. Thank you, Angry Yeti TV. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, I don't know if you can call Margot Sanger progressive because one of her goals was starting planned parties was to keep minorities from reproducing. What do you, Margot's?
He means Planned Parenthood.
Planned Parenthood. Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, he's talking about the history and
he's talking
Planned
about
Parenthood and some other stuff. Yeah.
Some weird. Jack White says with a $2 super chat, I meant Planned Parenthood.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, Jack. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you correcting yourself there. I was a little confused. Crossover Maniac with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Crossover says Barbie proves that get woke, go broke is false if you lie to the audience in the trailer. It seems like it's a very complex question. And I still don't know what to think of it.
I don't think that for those of us that sit here and are very aware of things, this comes across as very innocent and it kind of slides under the radar. It does speak to a lot of the things that women feel, and you can feel that way, but it doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it real. And again, I just go back to looking at the filmmaker herself. I don't see her as being, she would never criticize this mindset. She wouldn't criticize that thought process. Or else she'd be done in Hollywood, especially in today's current climate. If you had somebody who was like legitimately self-aware and like we've gone too far and things like that, you could make, and the sad part about this is you had an opportunity with this film to show a balance between the two sexes that, everybody goes through things like this. Everybody has these issues, and it might be different, but one's not better or worse than the other. Everybody's just got their issues.
So. Interesting.
Yeah. Also, I want to point out one other thing with Barbie. Barbie's what 60 something years old, so you have generations that know the brand and probably were attracted to this movie just because of the brand more so than any kind of story or any. They're probably oblivious to the politics going in.
Yeah, you may be right. It's just a broad historical appeal, and it's probably a unique situation that will not be repeated again. Interesting. Because nobody's made a Barbie movie that I know of, but I mean, I'm not a Barbie expert. Matt G says Barbieheimer is the strangest thing in film history. Well, it is weird that Barbie and Oppenheimer have been, shipped as Barbieheimer, and they're both doing great in a time of great drought. I don't know. It's a bizarre thing. You're quite correct. Matt G also asks with a $2 super chat, what are theaters going to do when Barbieheimer leaves? Die. We're probably, what are they going to do? I don't know. I guess they'll hold on long enough for Dune 2 to come out, I hope, because I would like to see that. Matt G with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Matt. Says EBS has the same take as Cameron or similar. In terms of Ethan Van Sciver is thinking that Barbie is a satire and is an anti-woke movie.
Well, I'll be seeing him on Saturday. I'll ask him about it.
Okay, fair enough. Matt G also says with a $5 super chat, thank you again, Matt, says in 1976, there was a film called All This in World War II. It has Beatles covers over World War II footage like a movie video. Barbieheimer is a reincarnation of that.
Wow.
All This in World War II. I've never seen that. That would be absolutely bizarre, wouldn't it? Robert Uthoff, who, by the way, is one of our newest channel members. Welcome to the club, Robert Uthoff, and thank you for joining the channel membership, my friend. Welcome aboard. I can tell you're an excellent addition, sir. Robert says watching the Eternals should be considered a torture method. Yes, it is against the Geneva Convention, and I'm surprised that people haven't been hauled off to The Hague for that fucking thing. Thank you, Robert. Maji-chan with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Maji-chan says, as a female perspective, if you're not familiar with the culture war, Barbie presents as a satire that treats Ken terrible. It's feminist propaganda. Yeah. So is that it? Is Ken being the butt of the joke enough for these wokies that they don't care about the rest? I mean, was that the aim of it?
That was the aim. I don't know that it was successful.
Yeah, when you've got Ken being actually the best part of the movie, that really thwarts the intent.
It really did. He stole the movie. So,
and the Kens come across as very sympathetic. You feel bad for them. You feel bad for them that all they want is like some acknowledgement from Barbie, and they're like, yeah, whatever.
Which does that mean that we're acknowledging their plight in the real world, Andy? See what I'm talking about? Like, I don't know whether to hate or love this movie, but hate it. It's a piece of shit.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I don't want to see it. Matt G with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Matt, again. It says, even if Barbie is work, or even if Barbie is woke, I think he means, it does have beautiful women, something we have not been getting. Also, Oppenheimer is not woke, so it's an unholy alliance. Why are they allied at all? Just because they're in? This is bizarre. I don't understand this modern world. It confuses and frightens me. I don't know what the fuck to think. R. Fletch with a $5 super chat. Thank you, you wonderful, wonderful cat. Says Rocketeer was a great film with a soundtrack to match. Opening theme was fantastic. Oh my God, I could not agree more. Love it, love it, love it. Joseph sent a $1.99 super chat that was retracted, but I will like it just the same. Thank you, Joseph. We really appreciate you, sir. Joseph also said with a $1.99 super chat, thank you, Joseph, says, I consider Godzilla -1 a sequel to Oppenheimer. I haven't seen Godzilla -1, so
I don't think it's out yet. I think I saw the preview for it.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, that's why I haven't seen it yet. That makes sense. Mercenary X21 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says Bennett the Sage talks about that very short in his Demon City Shinjuku review, talking about the Neo Tokyo short, The Running Man. He gives the name of the anime short you were talking about. Go check it. I will, man. I don't understand the development history of it. I don't understand why the voiceover on Liquid TV was different and it was so compelling. It's just one of the best damn things I've ever seen in my life. And I would love to have a high quality version of it, but all I've got it on is VHS, and I got the wrong voiceover. So, but I'm going to look for that Liquid TV DVD because, man, I'll buy that up. Matt G with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Matt says, on Friday, I went to a Pink Floyd Syd Barrett documentary. That was great. Wow. Theater was packed for Barbieheimer, LOL. Couldn't get a damn soda for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Matt G. That sucks. And Matt G also says with a $2 super chat, Barbieheimer fan art looks like Cold War propaganda. Holy shit, dude. That is cool, dude. Thank you for letting us know that. And Game Biter with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Game Biter says, I want to go watch Oppenheimer again, which is an accomplishment for a 3-hour film.
Yeah.
I'd rather watch that film twice over than do Barbenheimer. I haven't seen Oppenheimer, you know? I mean, I know the ending. That's the problem.
Yeah, I heard it didn't do very well in Japan either.
No, I don't think so.
Did you guys see the theater that posted that Oppenheimer bombed here? They got in so much trouble they kept it up there, and I think they shut down the theater in Japan. They're having a joke. They're like, we kind of started this.
That's funny.
Oh man. Well, I guess they don't love it long time overseas. That's all I they didn't. Jack White with a $5. Thank you, Jack. Says DC. I just sent you a link to a Viva Barnes show, and they talk about the Barbie movie. I will check it out. Thank you, Jack White. God bless you, Jack.
I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because you got the country totally wrong. It's Vietnam.
No, I don't know what I didn't have any country in mind. I didn't have any country in mind.
Oh, God, that was so funny.
Robert Uthoff with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Robert. Says the future of quality in Hollywood is the coming Nintendo Cinematic Universe and movies like SOF and Top Gun 2. Yeah. I think that there's a lot of potential out there. I think Hollywood is being reconfigured. I don't think that the big budget movies are going to survive. I think they're going to go the way of the dinosaur. And I think eventually they're going to get back to looking for things like Joker, for example, that, have a $50 million budget, but a great story and great actors that, rakes in $1 billion. That is the way to do it. That is the way to do it. And hopefully they have learned that lesson, or will eventually learn that lesson, that genius is the greatest marketing tool that you can possibly have. Not wokeness, not propaganda, not big special effects, great stories told by brilliant, committed people. That is the future, and any other future is simply not possible. Ralph Sexton with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Ralph says someone used AI to create a Barbenheimer trailer. It's hilarious. God. An actual Barbenheimer trailer. That could be funny. That could be funny. Watsamata with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Watsamata says, I don't know what the fuck is up with people retracting super chats. So here, got you covered, good sir. Thank you, Watsamata. Hey, to you, Watsamata, thank you for being here, and I hope you had a good time. I hope everybody had a good time, folks. I certainly did, and I think everybody on the panel did. In Knockwood, I hope so. Let's go ahead and give everyone plugs before we head on out. Gary, have you got anything you would like to plug tonight?
I got a couple of things. First
All
off,
right.
my lovely wife runs the Bunny Trail Rescue. You can find it at thebunnytrailrescue.org or .com. If you could run a little traffic over there for her, and if you are so inclined, maybe you throw her a buck or two, because the little critters, they got to eat. I got a channel on YouTube somewhere. I think it's my name, Gary Ambrosia. I do some goofy stuff there. You know, not as harsh as what we do on the show here. I like to keep it clean over there. But yeah, other than that, folks, we'll see you next Wednesday. Thank you for being here. We know that you have a choice. We know that you could be out watching some horrible thing like Barbie or Oppenheimer or Barbieheimer. But you're here with us, and we really appreciate that. We love you guys very much. Hail to the chat. Hail to the wrenches. We will see you next Wednesday.
Thank you, Gary Ambrosia. And Rancor Steve, Rocketeer mega fan, please go ahead and plug away.
Yeah, I host a show called Mayorama, and it's every Thursday on Rumble at 7 p.m. Pacific time. Tomorrow we're doing 80s films and how that has helped men become men. I think I got.
They got you
Tom
pushing
Con-
too many pencils, Dylan.
You're a funny guy, Sully. That's why I'm gonna kill you last. I lied. But on that note, I think I'm getting Tom Connors and Mike Barra on the show, and I have no idea what the outcome is going to be on this show, but it's going to be hilarious, fun. Hope no tears, but who knows? But it's going to be fun. So you can check me out on Rumble, Rancor Steve. We do a show about men. It's fun every Thursday. And this has been fun, man. I've enjoyed it. My side's hurt right now. I'm in pain.
It was a good show.
Laughing too hard. Oh
show.
God.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Vietnam.
Hail, Rancor Steve. Robert Wright, anything you would like to say or plug, my friend? Thank you for being on the show.
Yes, thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you. Hello to everybody out in the chat. Love you guys all. You can find me on the X, my at TCU Frog 1103. Feel free to DM me. Let me know who you are. I'd be happy to chat with anybody. And you can find me on Friday Night Frolics in the chat. Please come back for Friday Night Frolics. You got a little sample of Doomcock's awesome, incredible voice tonight. And we do a lot of fun. He does a lot of songs, does a lot of skits, does a lot of voices. Join us right here on this same channel Friday nights. And then come back next week for Pop Culture Breakdown on Wednesdays.
Thank you, Robert Wright. It was great having you, my friend. And Andy Masterson, please plug away, sir.
Well, all these people fixated with like their Barbies and action figures, and I mean, I have a little channel where I do things called the Laboratory of Mayhem, where I make really cool things like this. That blows. That's what I got to do. I got to make like a scene where like he's got some Barbies worshiping him, like at and kind of like at his Mojo Dojo. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll be back here on Wednesday night for Pop Culture Breakdown, where we're going to be doing some great stuff. We will probably determine what movie we're going to do and go from there. Also going to be on Rancor Steve's Manorama show tomorrow night, and hope to see you all then. Thanks everybody for watching. We love you guys. We wouldn't be here without you.
Thank you, Andy Masterson. It was a great show. I want to thank Tom Connors and Mexican Iron Man for coming on as well. And Angry Yeti TV with a $2 super chat asks, should I get milk duds when I go see Oppenheimer? I don't know. Has anyone here seen Oppenheimer, and should he get milk duds? No?
I haven't seen it, but yeah, get some milk duds.
I think the milk duds, they're very chewy and they take you a long time. So I guess that's the joke with the 3 hours.
Maybe, awesome.
Maybe that's what it is.
You mix them with popcorn. They're really good.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? 1, 2, 3. 3. And Jack White with a two $5 super chats. Thank you, Jack. Jack says, what was your favorite moment of the Ichigo Kenpaki fight? I'd have to think, man. I'd have to like kind of go back, and I'm a little too fried at this point. I'll email you with that. And Jack White also says, and check out the rest of Himishkishi Got Classmate when you get a chance. If you need me to resend the link, please let me know. Do send it to me, Jack. That would be very helpful. I would appreciate that. Thank you, Jack White. And thank you to all of my wonderful wrenches out there who have done an incredible job. You guys are absolutely fantastic. I hope y'all had fun tonight. I certainly did. Love you guys. Please come and check out Pop Culture Breakdown next Wednesday and also Friday Night Frolics this Friday. And from the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock and my panel of pop culture pundits bidding you all, my friends, oh yes, stay angry. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.